Hello techies, I'm Divya here. On behalf of CyberBrainer, don't you think the world of tech is evolving faster than ever? Now is the perfect time to dive in and build the skills that will take you places. With CyberBrainer, we are putting you in the driver's seat of your own future. We at CyberBrainer don't just teach your interest. We believe that knowledge is power, but it's applied knowledge that truly sets you apart. Whether you're diving into data science, mastering artificial intelligence, or exploring the world of cybersecurity, our courses are designed to give you the skills that matter. So let's jump into the session and make the future yours today. Thank you.
Now what we are going to be seeing is when I introduced this particular topic earlier this week or last week, I believe end of last week, I told you about the different types of actions that you can have. Now we are going to be doing a little bit of more deep dive into all of these that are available over here. Alright, that's what we are going to be seeing first. Number 1, action. We've already seen action, what exactly an action is. Action could be anything, any kind of an action, any other event that you want to trigger, and we also have something called as a sub-business process. A sub-business process is nothing, but you're going to be initiating another business process from the higher business process. See, for example, this is a higher business process, and I'm going to be initiating another business process. Initiating another business process, and this business process is called as onboarding. From higher, I'm going to be initiating an onboarding business process. That is typically what this means. And where do I see the list of business processes that I can initiate from higher, or how does it work? Is we have a different option which is called as business process config options. Alright, business process config options. What it actually shows is all the different business processes, sub-business processes, which can be initiated from my higher business process. Alright, this is just a menu or an option that is available. I will just show you only at a high level. I'm not going to go into detailed deals about this. We will see this again when we do the debugging and everything else. But for now, remember that business process configuration options is used for sub-processes, viewing all the sub-process level information and task information and everything else as well, including the save options, and everything else is going to be available from your business process config options. That is where it is going to come in. Alright, now just going back to the edit business process here. I said first, action is going to be like any other event or any sub-business process that I want to trigger from a higher BP. I can use actions. That is number 1. Number 2, approvals. We saw yesterday about what exactly approvals is. I've initiated something and I want to have an approval by somebody in the supervisory hierarchy. I could have a manager, vice president, director. Anybody can approve this particular transaction. That is what approval is for. And if you see, this particular option will be created out. The specific option is going to be created out because I do not have any task. Approval is just a task by itself. I do not have anything specific for this. It is going to be available only for action and for certain other options. Alright? Next, if I go to the next one, is called as approval chains. What if there is a high volume or a high priority incident or high priority event which needs to be approved by multiple levels? Especially the ones which are going to involve some financial implications. Say, for example, if that is going to be a procurement related thing, or if I'm going to be hiring somebody at a C-suite level person, and I believe that it needs to be approved by multiple levels in the hierarchy. That's the key. Series of approvals in the hierarchy. If I say here approval chain and I say the group over here as manager, right? This is going to go across in an approver of manager. Manager's manager. Manager's manager's manager. Manager's manager. And the manager L4 level manager. L5 level manager. And of course, I can have a criteria written around this as well to say how many levels it needs to go. Or I can even have skip level approvals, which means L and L3, L5. And I can also decide how many levels of approvals it needs to go across as well. I can completely conditionalize this and say that it needs to go across for an approval in the approval chain. It can be approved by manager, senior manager, vice president, director, CEO. Among these, I can have just one level of approval, two levels of approvals, or skip level approvals. Whatever way I would like to have, I can have this configured. Where do I decide? Skip level approvals. Where am I going to decide how this needs to function ideally? I need to go to the step level related actions. Business process, maintain step conditions. Alright. Maintain step conditions for that particular specific step. And earlier in the previous one, you were seeing only the entry condition. But one thing good about your maintain step conditions for your approval chain is you will see 3 tabs over here. You will see 3 tabs over here. The first one is your entry condition, which is nothing but your if criteria, which we mentioned. Let me say location New York. Just a simple thing. I'm saying that this is going to be triggered only for New York. I'm just picking a random rule which is already available, right? It doesn't matter to me what it is. Just assume that this is the rule that I'm going to be using. Alright? I'm saying while condition. This is specifically where I'm going to be mentioning what exactly needs to happen when the condition is being run. First, we saw the entry condition. Next, what we have over here is a while condition. While condition in the sense, if I'm going to say I'm going across, management approval hierarchy. Manager, that is L1 manager, L2 manager, L3 manager, L4. This is going to be directly going across in the same manner. Or those folks who are from a technical background assume that this is like a while loop. A while loop, a simple while loop, is what this is. And for the rest of the non-technical folks, what I'm saying is assume that this is going across in the approval hierarchy chain. What do I want to give in the while criteria? Do I want to skip certain levels? I can say in the skip levels over here, say that if the manager is not out of, or he's an L1, or he's out of some other thing, I'm saying that to not have any approvals for them. This will skip basically all of this. Let me randomly pick one level. I'm just saying manager is director. I gave a criteria. Let me just give a simple criteria over here, which is a very common criteria which we usually use. Manager criteria CEO, management level director approval. What this means by this is say, for example, you are going to be, say you could have a criteria. You could have a management approval chain where I say I need to definitely get the approval of somebody at a director level. How would you traverse? You could be at a clerical level or an administrative level. From there, you want to go directly for an approval at a director and above level, or even at a director level. How exactly do you achieve? This is, we use this particular while running condition. What exactly this means is it will traverse along the management chain, and first it is going to go to L1 manager, L2 manager, L3, L4 manager. It will find out who among these is going to be a director. Say for example, if L1 is at first, it will go to LM manager. If L1 manager is a director, then this criteria will be fulfilled and it will go for an approval with the L1 manager. If not, it will go to the next level manager, which is L2 manager. L2 manager, if he is at a management level of director, it will go for an approval. If not, it will go to the next one, which is L3 level manager. It will go to the L3 level manager and find out if that particular person is a director. If he is a director level person, the L3 level manager is a director, then it will go for his approval. This is what we can, or this is how we can achieve skip level approvals as well. And again, I can have if or whatever criteria that I want to have. I can have it over here. If my management levels is going to be L1, L2, 3, L4, the way I have designed it, I can go for all of that as well. I can say that the criteria is going to be like management levels in 1, 3, 5, 7, 8. It should go for approval only for these levels. We saw about while criteria, and we also have something called as exit conditions, which is mandatory. What exactly this exit condition does is see this is automatically traversing from the bottom level, which is at a L1 manager. All the way it will go across to CEO. When should this end? Say I'm traversing. I'm traversing in the management hierarchy. Level manager, L2 mentoring manager, L4, L5, all the way to the CEO. But there is a possibility that it is going to go into an infinite loop. When should I actually end this? Do I need to get the approval of all of these people in this particular hierarchy? May not be necessary because I could have 7 or even 11 levels of manager or management hierarchy people there. It could be sufficient that I can get approvals of just one person at director and above level. Say for certain criteria or certain business transactions, something like hiring somebody or any financial related transactions. It could be if I get an approval from anybody in your management chain who is of director and above. In that case, I can say a simple criteria over here as approval count. I don't know whether there is a criteria. Here it says approval count is 2. But I can have many criteria also. I could say that stop. Don't go beyond a senior director level because above senior director there could be somebody at a CEO level. I could have an approval from vice president director, senior director. That's it. It should not go to the CEO level. I can say their approval rule here or the exit criteria rule here as don't go beyond director level. It should be director and below. Once it goes to the next level, come out of the loop. Here, this particular criteria which we have over here is called as approval count 2. Here the criteria says approval chain count in 2, which means it will stop when I have got 2 approvals. From director level, it will traverse above. Director, senior director or somebody of that sort. And it will end at the point where I have got 2 people who have approved this particular transaction. It will stop right over there. First we saw entry condition. Next entry condition is nothing but only this is applicable only for a New York City location. Rest of them is not applicable. Next, we just saw a simple criteria over here where it says approval level is going to be somebody at a director level. Only for a director level, it needs to be approved. Next, we saw an exit criteria, which means I need to have only 2 levels of approval at a director and above. That's it. This is the way the approval chain criteria are configured. And in any approval chain, while an exit criteria are mandatory. If you do not give it, it's going to throw an error. Please be mindful about when you create an approval chain over here. Now I'm going to be hiring somebody, and I'm going to be hiring somebody for this particular supervisory organization of Carolee. Alright, above Carolee, I have Jamie Stone. I don't know whether Jamie Stone is going to be a director level, or let's see who is a Jamie Stone. Jamie Stone is a consultant manager. And let's see the management level of Jamie Stone. Alright. My criteria that I have given there is, it should go for an approval only if a person is at a director and above level. First, when Carolee is initiating a transaction, it will go to Jamie Stone. Is Jamie Stone a director? It will skip that level and go next to Carolee Abbott. Now it will go next to Carolee Abbott. We see Carolee Abbott at a director level. Definitely it will go across to Carolee Abbott because he is at a director level. And who is above? Carolee Abbott is next. It is Daryl Parker, who is at a vice president level. He is not at a director level. At least how I have configured this rule. I could even say like anybody above a director. Definitely, then Daryl Parker is going to be also in the chain. Right? Is Daryl Parker a director level? He is not at a director level. It is going to skip that. And then next it will go to Maximilian, who is at a CEO level. He is also not at a director level. It is going to actually skip it. Alright. And it is going to come out of the loop eventually. Does that make sense to you? Management level. Above manager. It is above manager. What does this criteria have? Right? See here. I am saying here management levels in. It is like board of directors, CEO, vice president, board of directors, executive director and manager. Managers and everybody else. In your criteria, you can say senior consultant plus your director. I can have it the way I can configure it. But I chose a simple example of management level here, or manager level. It is easy for you to understand in the hierarchy. That is the reason why I chose that. The next thing that we have over here is batch or job. Batch or job is nothing. But if I want to execute any external job to load some data or any other data, for example, as a part of my common business example, I may want to load some of my punch-in punch-out details when an employee is logging into the office and logging out. I could use a batch or a job to load that particular information. That is just an example. It may not be specific to the higher business process that we are seeing, but a common example which I can use to load data from my external vendors or something. Next, we have something called a checklist. As the name goes, say in a hire. I could have a checklist step initiated to my HR recruiter or somebody to say that these are the checklists that you need to perform. These are the documentations that you need to do. Just a common checklist is what you can just create, which can be there either for the candidate, the recruiter or the manager, or anybody of that sort. That is what a checklist is. Next question is, this is something which is very commonly used. Say for example, I need to get some information from an employee manager candidate. Say from a candidate perspective or from a future employee perspective, I can get a checklist. I can ask him, how was your onboarding experience? Did you have any difficulties? Or as a part of hiring itself, I can say that, well, have you received the laptops? Do you have any kind of special requirements that you may need to commute to office in terms of transportations and everything? I can have many different questionnaires which I can configure specific to my business process. Because this is not something which is only specific to hire, But I can have this as a part of many such business processes as well. And this is something which we very commonly use in many different business processes. That is number one. And second thing that you may want to note over here is when I'm going to be having a questionnaire, I may get some responses from the candidates. Based on the responses that I receive, I can also have future steps conditionalized. For example, say I'm going to create a questionnaire to the future employee asking him, do you require any special commutations? Yes, because a candidate could be differently abled. I may ask him, do you require any special commutation on your day one to attend the session, onboarding session? If he's going to respond, yes, I can have another criteria, probably A2, and I can give A2 criteria for that and say that if the candidate requires it, please contact the transport admin and let the transport admin pick up something which needs to be done. I can have certain actions based on my questionnaire responses as well. Alright, that is one. Next, consolidated approval. I think we already saw this at the start of this particular session. If I'm going to have multiple approvals going across to the same person, if he's going to approve it just once, then it is. That's it. It's going to be done. It's going to be approved one shot. It's going to be approved for all of his actions, all of his approvals in the future. This is something which we use as a nice to have. Alright. Certain clients may prefer this. Certain clients may not. Whenever you're going to use this, be mindful about how you're using it. An activity for the day today is going to be, you are going to be testing approval chains. That is consolidated approvals, approval chains and consolidated approval chains as well. That's going to be the activity for you. Go ahead and have consolidated approvals for multiple approval steps and see how it performs. Next one, additional data edit. For now, edit additional data. Just park it for now because this is something like as a part of higher business process, I may have to create additional objects which is outside of what is already delivered. If I have some other customizations which I want to do specific to my hire, I would use edit additional data. For now, park it because this is a really advanced topic, not in scope for our foundation. Next, integration. After hire, for example, I want to have an integration whereby, say I may have an external payroll vendor to whom I may want to send some payroll information. In that case, I use the integration step whereby I will be sharing this information that I have captured from hire to the external payroll vendor. It could be like Ceridian A, DP or PayNext. Any of these payroll vendors, I may send this particular data. That is what an integration step is going to do. Next, report and report groups are for reporting purposes. As a part of this, if I want to have a report generated and that particular report needs to be sent across for a review or for a review by somebody, I will use this. Not very commonly used, but just for your knowing purposes. For you to know, that's it. Next, review documents. Say if I want to have certain documents reviewed. For example, say, as a part of our business process, I may have the future employee or the candidate review and sign certain documents. It could be like a non-disclosure agreement or company terms and agreements. All those stuff can be sent across to the candidate. And I can also have this integrated with DocuSign. For example, commonly now all the employers use one or more of the e-signatories. Or very simple. At a very simple level, I can say that once a candidate is being hired, I need to have the as a part of my onboarding process. I need to have the candidate review and sign certain non-disclosure and company policy documents. Which means it will definitely sign on day one. I can use this review document step. Ask the candidate to review these documents, sign it, and send them across. Send them across in the system. I can do all of this within Workday itself. That is a specific example that we use for review documents. Next, it is a service. Any kind of service or any kind of other related actions that I want to do, I will have it as a part of service. It could be a third-party integration service or other relevant stuff that I want to do. Next, it's going to be a to-do. To-do is simply put, to-do is going to be just a checklist or a normal action which is outside of this. For example, I can have a to-do created for a manager, and the to-do could be like send a mail across to the assets team or the infra team who's not in Workday. You can just send a note here to the manager. Please check with the infra and the assets team whether the laptops will be ready on day one or not. Some kind of a to-do list that I want to have. It could be anything. What I gave you is just a very simple common example which you use in any higher business process. But it could be any of them as well. Another one more important topic that I wanted to discuss over here. Alright, let me just go over here. Now we saw about approvals over here. Yesterday, those who had configured the approvals. When you went into approval, whom did you choose as an approval? And did you check this particular option over here which says security groups allowed for the workflow step? Have you ever wondered what is actually feeding the data for this particular step or where this is populated from? Have you wondered where it is coming from? Let me just tell you where this is coming from because this is something very important. What we call it as business process security. And one thing you need to remember is about a business process. Security is, if I am going to be configuring a security for a business process, it means it is for all the different business processes that are there in the system. Which means, if I am going to say business process security, I cannot configure one specifically for only the one that Nishant has configured over here. Has simplified BPNS? It is going to be for BPIS, BPRN, BP Tirka, everybody. It is going to be the same business process security for all the business processes which have been created under hire. For hire, it is going to be only one security policy. No matter who has created what, for which business, which supervisory organization, or which kind of definition that you have created. Clear on this for all of them, we have just one higher business process security policy. Be very clear with this. I am going into Nishant's definition. I go to business process policy and I go across and view this. And let me pick another one over here. I say hire simplified, or let me pick another one. This is a random because this was cloned from this. Probably you might ask me a question whether, because I cloned it, it is coming the same. But let me pick up CyberBrainer. It is probably created by another user. And I go to view over here and view in new tab. Even though I created or went to the business process policy for CyberBrainer, it is only going to say business process policy for hire, which means it is the same for all hire business processes. No matter you created for XYZ organization or you created a specific one for Nishant, Aryan or Gitika or anybody, it is always the same, only for all hire business processes. This is the business process security policy. There will be no differences. For hire, there is going to be just one policy. That's it. Nothing else. Hope everybody understand the difference, right? Understood the difference, right? Because it is the same for every higher business process definition that I'm going to be creating. I cannot have one customized for my own definitions. It's the same across the board for everybody. Alright, this is number 1. Number 2, if I go to my business process security policy, it is for hiring only. Now, if you see over here, we have different policies over here. Now I've gone to view business process policy, security policy. If I want to edit it, the same thing. I just need to go to the business processes related actions. Over here, instead of business process policy, I went to view. I just need to go to edit. If I want edit the same option over there, or if I want to edit my business process security policy. This is an edit option and this is a view business process security policy page. And what all of these are? First one, who can start a business process? Which means you try to initiate the business process as Carly, who is a manager. And you also try to initiate the business process as Joy Banks or probably Logan McNeil. Both of them are managers as well. These are the security groups who can initiate this particular business process. Which means only specific people can start hiring or start the hire business process. Because I cannot have XYZ doing this. I can only have certain people doing the business process initiation. Initiating, who can start the business process. That is the first option we have. Initiating action is called as hire employee. And I can have only any one of these security groups or people who are assigned to security groups. Who can initiate this? Next, we have something called as delegations. Delegations. It is like, if I am going to be a manager, I can delegate the hire business process to somebody else who is working under me. Probably from a manager, I can initiate it or I can delegate it rather to a lead who is working in my team during my absence. That is what delegation comes to. Alright. Next one, are hire employee web services. For now, just remember that if a hire is going to be happening from a third party, that is what this hire web service is going to be. Right. For now, just remember that that's a little bit higher in the topic. Next initiating action is going to be a convert contingent worker to an employee. The same hire business processes. I can use it for I have a contract worker. That contract worker, I can also use the same hire business process to convert him into a regular worker. Remember when we went to that hire option in the supervisory organization, we saw 4 different hire actions. I asked you to choose only the second option over there, which is to hire somebody. The rest of the options were related to hire an employee, convert to employee, even though the label was different. It is all driven from over here. Probably just trying to make the link right now from there to here. Alright. Next, hire employee from existing pre-hires following them. If I have already a pre-hire, I'm just trying to use that particular option over here. It is all self-explanatory in terms of hiring. Whom can I have as hiring? What can I do for that? That is specifically what these are. Next, the other action I have over here is add employee status to academic affiliates. In terms of the education related details, if I want to make some changes to the employee, I can use that. Next, hire an employee directly from employment agreement. Again, all those options, 4 options that you saw over there. This is where it is actually coming from. But since this is a training tenant, just leave it. We usually do not use all of these in a live production environment because nobody is going to be hired directly from an employment agreement. That's completely. Nobody will do it the right way. That's what it is. Leave all that right now. I'm directly going across. If I come to the bottom, I'm coming to who can do action steps in the business process. Action steps are nothing but whatever we saw over here. These are the action steps. In my action, what are the different stuff that I can do? That is what is going to be available over here. Next, verify proposed employee ID. I can have different actions over here. If you see, I can have many different actions. For all of these actions, I can give only specific people who can do all of these. I am not going to say that everybody is going to have access to it. That doesn't make sense, right? In the real world, I cannot say that all these people are going to have access. Only certain people can have access to do certain actions. Alright. Who can do actions on the entire business process? A view. Say, for example, I'm going to be hiring somebody. Alright. I'm going to be hiring somebody. In the interim, if I want a director level or a CEO level person to view, who are the people who are going to be hired? Or I can have an HR admin level person who wants to review the ongoing higher business processes. The process tab and find out where they are stuck right now. That is what is called as view all, which means the person who has the view all access can view all the details about the higher business process event. Where it is stuck. What are the details which is being found? Everything can be viewed. It is a view all access in a nutshell. View completed only. We have something like 21 groups or security groups who can view the view all access. View completed only. Here it means only those business processes which are completed. Who can view them? If something is in the pipeline, in the progress, say it's with approval with somebody, with a manager or somebody, that particular person will not be able to view it. He can view only the completed ones over here. Here we are. If I go to the approval, this is by manager. I was asking you a question over here. Who are the people? It says here, security groups allowed for a workflow step. You see many rows over here. Where do all these roles come from? If I'm going to be having somebody over here added as a part of approval, then this is going to automatically flow here as well. Say tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to say a CEO who's assigned to the supervisory organization, also part of the approval. Then that will come in over here. This is what feeds data to approval action. Ad hoc approvals. See, we saw about ad approvals yesterday. If I'm going to have some ad approvals, whom can I have as approvals over here? This is specifically where that comes in. If I want to cancel my business process in toto, this is where it comes in. Yesterday, when you had the option to approve it, there is a related actions tab over there. There you will be able to see this cancel option. Resent is specifically the entire business process. I want to roll back all the changes that have happened. Cancel is completely cancelling the business process. You cannot go back to a business process if you are going to cancel it. Resent is only roll back the changes that we have done in the last step. Which means if a person has accidentally approved it, but instead he wanted to approve it, but he wants to rescind this, that is where rescind will come in. You're just going to be rolling back just the last step that you did. Correction. I've already done it, but I want to correct some data. Only these security groups are going to have access to correct my business process data. Alright. Reassignment. Reassignment. Just leave it for now. You saw about approvals. And we also have the option to deny certain things. Certain people can deny this as well. Instead of approve pushback, you also saw what is called as deny. This is where it comes from. Alright, clear on this? Rest of them are not taking it because it's now very, very basic. I want to go only one step at a time. I don't want to jump the gun and give you the ideas about everything else as well. 3 operations. Today, I'm going to be doing 2 change job transactions and 1 I'm going to be doing a termination action. I'm going to be introducing change job business process and also termination business process. And today your activity for the weekend is going to be like all the way from hire, change job to terminate. You're going to be trying it over today. That will complete an entire employee cycle. And again, you can go do all kinds of runs, everything that you want to do. You can refer to a regular termination business process and everything as well, and then find out new steps. I will share some materials as well, which is going to have more number of actions, and you can try more number of actions from your side as well. Any other actions that you want to do on it, just go ahead, try to find out what it is and how it works. And for all practical purposes, what I would rather say is assign it to our partner, because we do have an our partner available right now. Use manager or her partner. That's good. That's going to be a more easier role for everybody. Let me pick Logan McNeil because that particular person whom Krishnavini had hired is erroring out. I'm going to Logan McNeil right now. This is Logan McNeil's profile. I'm going to Logan McNeil and I'm going to be doing what is called as a change job transaction. We've seen hire transaction. What exactly a change job does? Change job for all practical purposes is a very, very important transaction which happens throughout the life cycle of an employee. It could be anything: change of supervisor, change of department, change of locations, promotion, demotion, pay raise, anything. It could be anything related to that is called asset change job transaction. If I see over here, I just come over to the related actions of this particular employee and then I come to change job and then I say I come over here and say start change job. I come over here and here. If you see, I've chosen the worker already and next thing what I need to do is I need to choose what I want to do. I need to say, what do I want to do here? All, right? Now I'm going to say transfer worker to a different manager. I can choose promotion. I can say combination of changes, which could be multiple changes, or move worker to a different location. Say, for example, this person, Logan McNeil, has chosen to transfer to a different location. I can say move worker to a different location, and I'm going to say it all right this. But the problem is, if you see over here, the worker has pending events that conflict with this particular job change. Resolve the listed events. This is quite a common thing because what has happened over here is Logan McNeil already has a promotion event which was possibly initiated 3 months ago and that's still in progress. I will just go ahead and cancel this particular event that it's not going to go at conflict with ours. To cancel this, I go to this particular event over here. We call this as an event, which is a promotion event for Logan McNeil. Related actions, business process, cancel that. It's not going to intervene in our thing. It's like all the details about this business process which was initiated are available over here and you need to definitely enter a comments which is a mandatory one for cancellation. Alright, I'm just going to, because it was intervening, I'm just doing a cancellation right now and that is completed. If you see over here, you will get a pop-up saying this event is now cancelled and I can, which means that I can go ahead and start another change job transaction, which is also available as a card for me. We call these as job cards and available only to specific users. I can either go from here, either go from actions, I can go to change job and then I can initiate it, or I can also pick one of those cards from the worker profile. Alright, let me go to the old school way. It's easier for you to understand. I went to job change from relevant actions and then I chose start job change. And then I'm going to say I'm going to move this particular person, Logan McNeil, to a different location. And probably you guys can definitely try these as well, just for a simple thing. I'm just trying only this because all of these business processes at the end of the day are going to be hitting only the same background business process, which we will see next. Now here, if you see, this has initiated a start job change transaction and these are the details which I need to fill over here. I just click on that simple pencil icon which is going to be to edit this. And then I'm going to say this change is going to be effective immediately, which is the current date, which is the 21st of September. Then I'm going to say the change is going to be like change location. And currently Logan McNeil is reporting out of San Francisco. I am going to be making a change over here and say that this person post, the change is going to be based out of New York. Alright, that's it. And then I'm going to say start this particular transaction. Alright. Once you hit start this particular transaction, all the details are going to be available. You can review these details and once you review it, you can submit it. If you see over here, when this was going to be submitted, change location, and then this is going to be New York, and what is going to be the location? If there are any other changes in this, because for the location which I have chosen over here, the scheduled weekly hours which is expected for any employee working out of New York is populated, and if I'm going to choose another location, probably based out of Europe, say, for example, if Logan McNeil is going to be moving from San Francisco to Europe, then the work hours over here need not necessarily be 40, but instead it could be 37.5 or 35, based on the location where Logan McNeil is going to be based out of. This particular scheduled weekly hours is populated based on the location. Since it is New York, it is automatically populated 40 hours. Remember when you set up the location, you also had a scheduled weekly hours set up as a part of the location. That is precisely where this is actually populating from, and any workspace, work shift or these resort during location creation, and all that I need to do now is submit. And again, we have a business processes called as change job business process, just like what you saw in hire. If you see over here, I click on view details, you have submitted data change for Logan McNeil, and I go to the details and processes option, and I go to process tab. If you see over here, first this has been change or this has been initiated by Carol Lee. And next it goes across to a review by the receiving manager, and review by the current manager is shown as not required. Any reason why it shows as not required, or how would you debug this? Any thoughts on how I would go and debug why it is showing us not required over here? Anything that comes in your mind, and how would I go about with debugging? How do you traverse to the business process from this event? That is a standard, one which I taught you for hire as well. It is the same. You go to the process. Any one of these rows related actions. That's it. View definition very simple. What it will do is for this particular transaction, what it is the business process which has been triggered for this change job is going to be shown. It is automatically going to take you to this particular change of here. It shows the transactions associated with the following BP definition, which is change job for global modern services company. And this particular transaction or this particular business process has many relevant steps, and each of them is conditionalized. This is typically a real-world scenario. If you ask me, this is ideally how a change of transaction will look like. I was looking for a similar one for hire, but I couldn't get one. But this is ideally or as close as it gets, alright. If you see first one, you have initiated the business process. I'm just moving between both these tabs. First you had initiated. It was initiated by Carol Lee. Alright, and I want to ask one question. Why was Carol Lee able to initiate this transaction? And will I know if another user like, say, Joy Banks, will Joy Banks be able to initiate this transaction? Can we find out if Joy Banks can also initiate this transaction? If, how will you find out? How will you find out if Joy Banks can also policy? And if you want to quickly check for the initiator loan, you see over here, there is an option here called as security group restrictions. If I go and open this, this is going to only pop up the initiating security groups, not the other ones. If you want to quickly check only the initiating security groups instead of traversing all the way to the business process, policies, and everything. If you want to find out only the initiating security groups, this is where I would do all right. Carol Lee is part of the manager security group. That is why she was able to initiate it. All right, clear. Only for initiating security groups. If I want to find it, I can either go to the business process policies and find it out, or the shortcut will be like finding it from the security group restrictions, which is going to only have the initiating security groups clear. Any questions here? All right, now. We've seen about the change of business process. First, it was initiated by Carol Lee. The next step shows us review by current manager, and if I go to this particular business process event, it shows this particular review by current manager as not required. Why it was not required was it is by a current manager review. But if you see, there is implied condition, which means it's a Workday owned condition, which says the business process was initiated by request transfer task. We have another task which is called as transfer. That transfer effectively means transferring from one supervisory organization to another supervisory organization. I think you will remember earlier when I asked you to create multiple supervisory organizations and transfer people from one organization to another organization. That is when we will have transfer done. That is effectively when this particular step will be initiated. It will be initiated only when I'm going to be initiating a transfer from one support to another support, and what it means by a review. Current manager and a proposed manager is, say, alien is the supervisory organization, A is manager, and if a person is going to be the supervisory organization, B is super manager. If a person is going to be transferred from A to B, current manager will be Aryan and the proposed manager will be Pravalika. You're moving from A to B. Aryan is the manager of A and Pravalika is the manager for B. It's going to be like from A to B. That's what the current and proposed manager is going to be clear. Any questions here on how exactly a business process works? Is it all clear, trans? See what is the transaction that we did over here for Logan McNeil. What is the change that we did? Location. Location. What is this actually? We changed only the location. Was there a change in the supervisory organization? Was there a change in the supervisory organization? No, and this is specifically only for transfer. When transfer is initiated is from one support to another support. This is not only for this case. In any organ, any kind of a business process, step, the moment you see this as not required, where you need to be looking at is your if criteria. For example, this particular approval step, job change, is transfer right? I don't think this is going to work over here right now because it says change job type is going to be transfer only. Then it will go for an approval by the manager. And when I go to this particular transaction a little further down the line, I will see that for this particular approval by manager, it will show as not required. Because this criteria would not have been fulfilled. This criteria would not have been fulfilled. Clear? Any questions there? Are we clear? Are you guys with me? Or is it like quite overwhelming? But this is a or. I would say this is how a real world change of transaction will look like. Yesterday, we saw only the simple hire step because I wanted you to understand what is going to be a hire and how exactly it might look like. But in a real world change job, this is how it will look like, and I'll just explain some more actions over here. First, we saw review by current manager, which was skipped. Next, if I go over here, it says review by receiving manager, but it's a waiting action by lot packer, which is the proposed manager. If I go here, it shows over here lot packer, and I can go on proxy and if I have the proxy access. Let me see. I don't know whether I have the access to proxy in as, I don't have the access to proxy in as lot backer. Any questions over here? Guys, I will just proceed on and I'll take you through all of these steps next. Alright, the next thing over here is if the job change is going to be a transfer, I'm not able to go in and log in as that particular person and then to take you through the entire process. But I'm just explaining this. If this change of type is going to be transferred, which is like moving person from one supervisory org to another supervisory org, it is called as a transfer. In our case, it is not a transfer. This is not going to go across and it will be skipped, which means it will show against this particular step as not required. And next, if you see over here, I have a review change job step by and her partner supervisory. Anybody can tell me what exactly a review does over here? Because we have an approval over here by manager's manager, which is of course going to be skipped. But what exactly is the difference between a review and an approval and an approval? And this does not have any criteria as well. It's going to be there for everybody. Every single review change job, every single change of transaction is going to be reviewed by her partner at a supervisory organization level. Can somebody tell me what exactly is the difference? For example, if over here we have submitted a location change from San Francisco to New York, and when her partner comes over to review this, instead of New York, he can give a location as Jersey or even a location as Atlanta. That's up to her partner. He can definitely go and edit and approve it. It is not necessary for him to just approve it, deny pushback, but he can also review and edit the information which is there. He can also change the effective date. I had given the effective date as yesterday, the 21st of September, but her partner, when he comes across to that review step, he can also go and edit the information. He can possibly change the date from, say, the 21st of September to the 1st of October, due to some administrative reasons. That is also possible over here. Alright. Next, any kind of org change or assignments is going to be like, see this particular person. Whenever we are going to go for a change in the location, there is obviously going to be some changes in the organization assignment by organization assignment. What I mean is, this is the Global Modern Services Supervisory Organization where local Neil is working. And if I come to Organization tab, you will see all of these company cost center regions and all the other stuff which we created earlier. If a person is going to move from one location to another location, obviously there might be some changes in the cost center as well, correct? That is what this particular task deals with. This particular task deals with changing all the organization assignments which you have over here, and this will be common for any change job and hire assignments which happen. You will have change of assignments by default for any hire or change of transactions which are going to be the cost center or change of transactions which are going to happen. This will be more likely a default step because your cost center has to be assigned or they need to be reviewed and edited if there is any change of transaction. That is what it's all going to be. Drilling out clear, any questions over here? Right. The next one, assign collective agreement. Not sure whether collective agreement is going to be applicable over here. Collective agreement in a nutshell. The next one is going to be more specific for you. If there are any kind of agreements, labor agreements and laws and everything, that is when this is going to be applicable. Even over here, if you see only the criteria, says country with collective agreements, alright. If I go to the relevant actions for this, it is going to list the list of countries over here. Like I said, it is more for you. In Europe, you are going to have Austria, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Italy. No way everywhere. It says over here location in the country. It's going to be any of these. Only then this step is going to get triggered, which is the assignment of collective agreements. Like I said, it's more for you, not for North America. Next is there a proposed compensation change. Is there any compensation change involved in this particular transaction? Because a person is moving from San Francisco to New York, he may have one more or one less competent pace based on the city that you are going to be working out of, because the compensation usually changes based on the location there you're going to be working out of, and the only criteria here is going to be as a worker, an employee, not initiate a change job, etc. All this because contract workers may not be eligible for this. Only a regular worker is going to be eligible for this, and we have over here the group as comp partner. Next, if I go over here to the next one, Works Council, it's more applicable only for Germany, France, Belgium and a few other relevant countries. You may skip that as well. I don't want to get into that again. Next one, a manage business process for worker. Allow only if there are cancelable events. This is just a simple check which we usually have, but you can just ignore it because it's not going to do anything at all. It's just going to view all the business processes there are for the worker, any pending ones, in progress ones, approval ones, which is going to be reviewed by the her partner. Next pay group, we saw over here about compensation relevant changes. Appropriately, any compensation relevant changes is also going to be, or it's going to have a one-on-one relationship with the pay group level assignments as well. Once, if there is a change in the compensation, your pay group may also change. You may ask me why. Because you may be initially part of, say, a pay group, which is only for San Francisco, and you may have some local legislations which are going to warrant a change in the pay group as well. Because certain, probably, if you know the laws in the US, every state has a different pay group pay cycle, and some state like California may have different pay cycles. Other states may have a different pay cycle, and you may want to have something. You may want to move from a bi-weekly to a monthly pay cycle. All that is going to be determined by this. If there is a change because of this location, if there is a change in the pay group, this action will also be triggered. And again, this is going to be only if based on this particular criteria, you have over there all the setups and everything that is a Workday owned one. And next you have like the country has a pay group, or if the position is going to be changed. This is something which is given at a custom level because they do not want to unnecessarily change the pay group if he is going to be moving within the same country. Probably because your pay group has all been set up at a country level. You do not want to have any changes done. That is effectively what it is, but you can define it the way you want it based on your organization requirements. Next, update your time offs. Definitely see. I want you to look at this from a business process perspective because if a person is moving from one location to another location, I need to ensure that is all his absence balances that are accumulated is also moved to the new location because each location may have a different set of time offs, accumulation rules and everything. Certain states could pay you more number of leaves per year. Certain locations may have lesser. The holiday calendar is going to change. Many other changes are going to happen. That is what is determined by this updated time of requests and again the time of transfer plan. It's all the same. Both of them are going to be one or more the same any time of plans which you have in the next 1 month or future ones. That is what this is. And next one, transfer balances, all the leave accumulations which you had. All that is going to be coming in. Next assignment of our payroll. We saw payroll pay group 8 and this is going to be specific only for UK if you're going to be based out of UK. And then user group assignments. We will see this on Monday. When we get to that, maintain employee contract is going to be only for the contingent workers only and not for the regular workers. Next, this is also change order for contract workers because if you know how a contractor works, every employee or every contract worker is going to be tagged to a specific contractor aid, which is going to be the aid of your contract. That is effectively where this comes in. Create a change order. Alright, in the change benefit election, what is going to be changed? Benefit election is different. Different states or different locations may have different benefit plans as well based on the location that you're going to be. If there is any change over there, that is going to be done. Next, changes superior supervisor organization. If your organization is going to change, if your supervisor organization, all that is going to change, your entire hierarchy is going to change. All that is going to happen. Alright. And again, if you're going to move from one country to another country, then should you have any kind of an onboarding done for this? Because if you're going to be the us, especially where this is going to come in, is if you're going to change from one location to another location, and if you're going to be an expat, then you may have to have some I-9 processings done as well. Because if you are going to say, for example, if you move from New York to the other side of us, say to California or San Francisco, you're going to have a new I-9 process set up as well. All that will be part of your onboarding business process. In a nutshell, this is how the entire onboarding, change of business process is going to look like. And this is as close as it could get to a real world scenario. Clear on this and all these steps. When you take a look at today, just try to look at them through the lens of a real world perspective. That's how I would go about with it. Clear activity for you today is use this change job for global modern services, clone it, and what I would say is have all these steps assigned to a partner or a manager. That is much better. Let's not get into any other roles. Or partner or manager. Yes, business process copy or link. Alright, and initially, when you do it, don't have such a big long list. Try to start with 2, 3 steps and then expand it, and then expand it. And again, this is for global modern services company. I would want you to give it for your support that you have created. Alright, you made it one or more of these steps and conditions and everything. All these conditions over here. You can have one or more of these conditions. Remove them. Try to play around with this. I want you to. In a nutshell, I want you to understand what these steps are from a business perspective. That's the only intent, because by now you guys should be familiar with how the business process transaction works, how I can play around with the business process, the policies and everything. The next step is going to be to understand a little bit of more business relevant steps over there. That's my intent. Clear on this? Any questions? And like I said, you can do any kind of change job. You can change the supervisor, you can change the location. Any transaction that you want, you can do. And I will also try to pick the hire for this particular business transaction because yesterday it was not visible. Now it is visible because I just made a small change in the domain set policy. Hire for I have this all right. They've created a hire as well for this particular organization. That is more a closer one to the actual, real one. That's why I'm just picking this hire for global, modern services, which is the work they delivered, supervise the organization. Alright. Oh, somebody's played around with this tough luck. I thought they wouldn't have played with this, but something has been changed. Pretty higher, higher. I try to pick a better definition for this because they have actually played around with this a lot and they've changed much of stuff. I was hoping that it should be a little simpler. One happens to be not alright. The next thing I just want to show you today is about termination business process. Termination. Ideally, when I'm going to be terminating any person, that is when this particular termination business process is going to be triggered. For example, let me go to Logan McNeil. I go to relevant actions over here and I am going to be terminating Logan McNeil right now. If I come to join change job, I say terminate employee. Then I already have all of these changes which are currently being done. Is somebody doing an additional change job over here? Hello, is somebody actually working on the change job, additional change job for Logan McNeil which we saw just now? No worries, alright. This is something which I have done. Before I initiate a terminate business process, what will ideally happen is this. These two transactions you should have been closed or taken to a logical closure. That's why we are not able to go ahead with this. Alright. When I'm going to be having a terminate business process, ideally this terminate business process is quite lean over here. That you don't see any big challenges. But ideally in a real world terminate business process, you will have multiple steps as well. That's number one and number two. I think it was Ketika who asked this particular question, right? Whenever I'm going to be terminating somebody, I also need to have relevant actions where there is going to be a handoff of the roles that particular person is doing to somebody else, right? If you see over here, I can have an action over here and I can say assign role changes and everything which is going to take care of all the rules which probably my user, in this case Logan McNeil, is going to be doing. I can have this reassignment done to somebody else. Clear? If you see over here, if I say assign roles, change assignment for worker, this is the relevant action which I will use. Currently, if I'm going to terminate Logan McNeil, if Logan McNeil is For example, the partner for the supervisory organization RAN, who is going to be the new hot partner for RAN's supervisory organization post the termination of Logan McNeil. That is defined by this particular action, and for this particular action, I can have it as a step and I can have certain people assigned as the person who will be assigning all of this. Let me just have this assigned as a partner. This is just a simple step that I have over here, and I will say let me just give the order as B. First step, this is a very simple definition what this particular BP is going to be doing. This is a default termination business process which I've used over here. Sign sticker. I think this is assigned as a completion step. Let me just put this as a completion step. Should be the completion step. Yep, got. What will happen is first, whenever I'm going to have a termination initiated for somebody, the first step that is going to happen is it's going to be initiated by a person. Next, change, job change, assignments for the worker. If, like I said, if the person is going to be a hot partner for, say, an organization, RIN supervisory organization, who is going to be the new hot partner for that particular supervisory organization is determined by this particular step. And likewise, I can have many different steps as well, including some of the ones which are common are like changing the benefit election effective the termination date, which means I'm going to be stopping the benefit election, say effective the termination date. For example, if Logan McNeil is going to be terminated effective today, I can have a step which is going to say stop the benefit termination effective the 22nd of September. I can have another one saying that change payroll effective date. I can send across a note and number of other transactions or other steps in my business process, which could be like changing the benefit, election or post termination date, changing the payroll date. Or I can even inactivate a person's Workday profile, saying that inactivate this particular Workday profile. Effective the termination date. I can have multiple search actions done as a part of my termination business. We've already seen about hire. If you want to play around with the hire business versus, have some more steps. Do it and then, for the same worker, initiate a change job, and you may have to create your own change job definition based on the one that I showed for global modern services, and I bring the name of that particular business process on the chat. Please pick it up, and then once you do it, try to terminate the business term. Try to have a termination initiated for the same worker as well, and you may want to play around with this termination business process as well and see how that works as well clear on the activity for the day, and you may have one and more of steps and whatever steps you want. You try to do it and try to have her partner for now assigned her partner and manager. I'll try to fix some of these security assignments around other roles as well in the maintained security group assignment because multiple roles have many other issues. I'll try to fix as much as I can over the weekend and hopefully have more role assignments clear. And the moment I say security, what exactly means by security? From your own experiences of any systems, or even if you are from a non-technical background, what exactly do you mean by security in any system perspective? Restrictions. Restrictions potentials. Restrictions potentials of what? Restriction of what? System access, system protection. Revelations or responsibilities. Responsibilities. Fair enough. And what else? What else could possibly be security? At the moment, I say security, what else could be there? It's more of a data security. Data security? Definitely. And by the way, was it Kalyani or Krishnamini? Data security. Yesterday, I didn't have that confusion. That's why. Kalyani, that is correct. Whatever you said about data security. But just remember that point alone. When we get into domain security, that is precisely what I will be looking for. But apart from that, what else comes to your mind when I say security? It's based on workers' responsibilities and roles. Precise. And we've already seen business process security policies, right? When I say a person can approve, when I say that a person can do a review, when I say the person can do another task or an action, what exactly does it mean? What exactly does it mean? In a nutshell, security. Who has right to do what exactly? Pres- Security is nothing but, in a nutshell, in a very, very simple terminology, who can do what? Who can do what? Why I'm emphasizing on this is precisely what you need to remember whenever you go for any implementation or whenever you design your policies or whenever you do any debugging or anything. Who can do what? That's it. If you know who can do what, security is in your pocket. Very simple. You can be a security admin in any organization and do everything that you want to do. All that you need to know is who can do what. Be it a business process or domain page, whatever it is. Who can do what? That's it. The bug stops there. Clear on this? Everybody. Is it clear what exactly means by security? And this is precisely what we are going to see in security for the rest of this week. Right? Security in a nutshell means who can do what action. And Workday has some very, very elaborate security measures to ensure that both the data as well as the business process. I mean by business process, I mean the business process actions are very well secured. Very well secured. The data as well as my business processes are very, very well secured. To give you an example, see, I'm opening the profile as of Carolee. I will give you a very simple example. Let me go to compensation information because this is considered to be personal information or very, very restricted information which should not be shared outside of very, very small group. Do you guys agree with that? Probably a payroll team admin or somebody who's working in the help desk of payroll can only see this payroll information. Nobody else can see the compensation, relevant information. Now, since you are logged in as Carol Lee, and probably Carol Lee has an administrator profile privileges, she is able to see all this information. Whereas if you are just a normal employee, you will not be able to see all this information. This is precisely what it is. And again, Workday gives you the privilege to hide all or any of these information as well. Which means I can have here restrictions where I can say I can hide total rewards, compensation, change history, reimbursement, employee stock portfolio. Because I could have one team which is working only on the employee stock portfolio. And I would want them to say, suppose I have a team of, say, 10 users who are working in the support team, your HR admin support team for payroll. And their job is to only ensure that the employee stock profile or the portfolio is loaded properly. And if they are going to get some support incidents, they need to monitor that. They may want to have only this particular tab available or visible to them. They may not want to have the information regarding rewards, compensation, pay change, or reimbursable allowance. An employee stock profile support agent who is working in the payroll team will be only able to see only this. They may not be able to see the other information. And a person who is working on the compensation help desk of your support team will be able to see only this. The moment you are going to raise a ticket to your own internal HR team, they will have info saying that your compensation is incorrect or your revision compensation, which was probably effective the 1st of January, is not reflecting in your latest pay cycle. They will immediately open only this. They may not they may not have access to your stock profile. Correct? Correct. And your manager who is actually handling your payroll, your rewards, your merits. By merits, I mean your performance appraisals and your revisions and everything. He may have information to some of this information. Again, some of the information, because he is the one who is actually planning your next month's or next year's performance incentives, your stock options, your whatever your variable plans and everything. He may have information. He may have access to your information. And again, when I go to your contact information, say over here I have something like contact information, emergency contacts. This contact information may be visible to everybody in your organization. For example, if you are logging in as, say, Joy Banks and you're trying to view the contact information of Carolee, then everybody. What I'm saying is see if Joy Banks is going to be logging in. Say example, Joy Banks is another employee and she is actually viewing Carolee's profile. She might be able to see the phone number because both of them are working in the same organization. If your organization does allow another fellow employee to view the phone number information of another employee, they will be able to view it. Whereas your manager and your HR will be able to view your home contact address information and also your emergency contact details. Now I'm going back to this. Who can see what? Your manager HR can see all of your contact information plus your emergency contact information. Whereas your fellow employees, for example, in this question it is Joy Banks, can see only your home or your primary work phone number. If this is primary work phone number, then Joy Banks, as a fellow employee or your co-worker, can only see your phone number information and not your emergency contact information. Again, this will vary from organization to organization. Am I clear? I'm just coming back to what I said earlier. Who can see what? This is precisely what security is all about. This is very simply put. This is what it is. Who can do what? Alright? Clear on this? And again, like I said, you have the access to view the information of, say, the contact information and emergency contact information. I spoke about manager and possibly your These people can view the information. And if you see over here, we have an edit access. Whom do you think can edit the employee's contact information, be it the regular contact information or the emergency contact information? Employee is the first person who can edit his or her own information. And apart from that, possibly the HR can edit the information. And HR or anybody else who is having an admin level privileges only can edit this particular information. And not everybody can edit this particular information. Alright? And let me just show you one more information. I'm now logged in as Carolee. And I'm going across to editing this particular information over here. Probably I think the other day when we saw about contact information edits. Not sure whether you saw this. Oh, Going back to Caroli's profile, and I'm going to contact information. And again, this is another BP by itself. If you guys want to go and edit it and also play around with this, there is a B. P called as personal information change and contact information change. That is where this is all going across. And if you guys want to explore it further, probably an activity for you today. Now I'm trying to edit I got these guys are messed up or something big time again. It is again a business process. We have a business process called as change contact information. I'm just trying to do it. Something is messed up over there. I don't know what is messed up. I'm just trying to find out if there is some kind of a mess that is happening. Because some security or something has been played around with. Home contact change for global modern services. Home contact change for global modern services company. It's just, I don't have employee self over here. This is another issue over here. Let me just try to pick this and fix it up after the session. Actually, what they have done over here is, see, we saw about business process. And when I go across to my home contact information, let me just show this across to you guys. You will understand it better. For the moment, I hit on home contact information change. What is happening is the business process is not getting triggered. Alright. The business process is not getting triggered when I go across to contact. And I see here home contact information. And when I click on edit, it is actually triggering the change, contact information. But after that it bypasses. Or it comes out of that particular business process itself. What is happening is, in order to debug this, I went to the business process definition, called as home contact, change business process. For Global Modern Services Company, which is the organization of Logan McNeil. Right? And then I went to the initiating security groups. Ideally, I should have a group here, called as in the initiating security groups. For the home contact change for Global Modern Services, I should have a security group called as employee self. Here, I see I have a group here called as pre-employee self. And I also have something called as pre-contingent worker self. But I do not have anything called as employee self, which explains this particular issue. I will try to fix this up after the session. Alright, just another information for you guys. Alright, coming back to the security. What exactly we saw first? Who can do what? That is precisely what we are going to be seeing next. Alright, let me do one thing. Let me just maximize this. Alright, it's clear. Alright, this is basically the configurable security component. Alright, at the heart of it is what is going to be the users, or that we have over here. Could be like anybody. Here I have an example, which is called as director. Similarly, manager is a row, and is a I can have part as all these are different, which can be assigned to different are assigned. Alright, I'm going to be having a manager as a I can have H partner as a row. I can have H assigned as a and all these are assigned to user. That is first and foremost that you need to Understood. Where exactly? Or assigned? The other day. Or let me go to my own supervisory organization. Or the supervisory organization and the which can be assigned supervisory organization. The other day. Or these assigned supervisor organization. Right. Clear on this. I've which is or I can have direct assign cert assigning supervisory organization. Supervisory organization partner direct whoever tag cert assign supervisor organization transaction happening supervisor organization manage pick supervisory organization probably particular supervisory organization supervisor organization created per assigned because supervisory organization particular supervisory organization particular supervisory organization with geek belong organization probably organization sim manage supervisory organization risk people assign ra- to tomorrow right specific manage specific person manage tomorrow tomorrow cook niche could any right organizations design go specific assign specific brother because tomorrow manage could promoted um, man it complete different Manager. Assign. Supervisory. Organization. Okay. Which. Assign. Supervisory. Organization. Line. Partner. Author. Assign. Particular. Supervisor. Organization. Partner. Organization. Concept. Assign. Art. Uh, Supervisor. Organization. Reporting. Supervisory. Organization. Inheritance. Concept. Inherit. Assign. Supervisor. Organization. No. Inherency. In. Everything. Assign. Any. Inheritance. Man. There. Assign. Supervisor. Organization. Inherit. Everything. Min. Supervisory. Organization. Inheritance. Is. Ek. Man. Everything. As. Something. Benefit. Partner. With. Assign. Re- Indeed. Something. Assign. Inherited. Inherited. Assign. Exact. Sim. Inherited. Something. Sup. Supervisor. Organization. Which. Executive. Management. Which. Supervisory. Organization. Current. Peak. Management. Supervisor. Organization. Particular. With. Part. Com. Sup. Supervisory. Organization. Assigned. Exec. Management. Group. Assigned. Assign. Organization. Subordinate. Supervisory. Organization. Superior. Organization. Person. inheritance, every executive, management, group, supervisory, organization. Benefit part, supervisor, organization. Override, which definitely. Supervisory, organization. Benefit part, when can imminent. Benefit cannot because it's partner, benefit partner, subordinate, supervisory, organization. P can a specific assign supervisor organization place sim supervisor organization look company location specific hierarchies subordinate subordinate organizations mm, it assign location particular location cert assign ass, ass location hierarchy particular location hierarchy different assign different assign particular location highway inheritance concept number number assign super organization assign different supervisor organization send let me min- company understand conflict, a company, picking, employee, organization, information. Come on, right? No, particular, pump, particular, company, certain, center, certain, certain, locate, hierarchy, certain, organization, supervise, organization, right? Which that specific, different, company, locate, supervisory, organization, partner, part, part, assign, supervisory, organization, location, because partner, assign, region, region, east, region, partner, supervisory, organization, partner, which supervisor, organization, hierarchy, assign, partner, possible, and question, configure, configure, save, conflict, partner, location, supervisory, organization, press, something, which implementation, Euro, MPs, Europe, read, part, Europe, partner, cannot, work, prof, could, information. Implementation. Location. Supervise. Organization. Question. Everybody, including Ganesh. Would supervisory organization. Hierarchy. Location. Hierarchy. You. Location. Hierarchy. Code. Pittsburgh. Is something. Hi. Organization. Home. Supervisory organization. Company. Center. Location. Security. Code. Code. Part. Asset. Different. Everything. Implementation. Organization. Part. Assign. Supervisory organization. That's since everybody. Particular organization. Secure component. Configurable. Secure components. Particular location. Supervisory organizations. Ask somebody. Partner. Supervisory organization. Part. Assign. Superior organization. Because telling assign multiple conflict partner assign super organization location question which early main assignable good explaining right creation assignments everything her partner manager her admin everything and then skip this. For now, if I say enabled for, and if I go across to this, if you see for 2019 manager, they've enabled that at supervisory level. This means 2019, manager role is assigned at a supervisory organization level. This is a configuration which ties down to this clear, and I have two things over here. One is Workday organization type and custom organization types. Leave the custom organization types. Go only for the Workday organization types. I can have it assigned at supervisory organization level. I can have it assigned at cost center. I can have it at location company hierarchy. I can have it assigned at any level that I want. And it again, Workday does not restrict you from having it at multiple levels, but you need to ensure that this does not step into another territory as well. It does not restrict you. It does not restrict you at all because there could be some requirements. We will not. I don't want to go into that, but it does not restrict you. But when you implement such a solution, you need to ensure that it does not step into each other's shoes. That is the way you need to go about with this. Am I clear over here? Is it clear? And this is the configuration, how I will do it. Here, this 2090 manager is currently assigned at supervisory organization level, and I can have roles assigned at different levels, supervisory organization location. Let me just try to pick a role which is assigned probably at a location level. You can see, I have something over here called as compensation partner by location, and this is assigned at a location hierarchy level. And here I have your partner, which could be assigned at both location as well as supervisory hierarchy, supervisory organization level. But when I go to the real world implementation, I need to ensure that I do not have any conflicts when I assign users to this. This is the way I need to do it. It's upon me. Workday does not restrict you, but when you do it, you need to ensure that it does not step into each other's toes. That is the way you need to configure it. Are we clear over here? Are we clear over here? What happens in a real world scenario as well? Alright, if I have one at location and if I have one at supervisory organization, I have multiple people. Which means when the same thing comes to, this is only for you because I do not want everybody else to get confused with this. Say when I have this over here, say I have it manager. I'll have one it manager which is coming from supervisory organization level, another it manager coming from location hierarchy level. All of them will be part of the same it manager only, and if there is an approval or any kind of review, it will go to all of them. But right, I wouldn't really go for such an implementation because I have one at the same, because it could lead to a lot of conflicts in the real world. Imagine a person who is based out of you will say that I am the manager for this particular, based on their location, but another person will say, as per the supervisory hierarchy level, I am the manager. Will lead to much of confusion. I wouldn't go by that. That's why I'm saying it is only for Workday. Has given you that, provided you do not have any conflicts, conflict management is on you. This role name can be anything that is want. That is like completely customizable according to your needs. I might create a partner within Brace's supervisory organization, and I'm going to say that I'm enabling it only for supervisory organization, and I may create another her partner by location, which I will assign it only for the location hierarchy level. That is why here in my role names nomenclature, I will create one her partner supervisory organization. I will create another one, a partner location hierarchy level. This is the way I would create it, Lou, that I can create clear distinctions. And why I'm creating is I may want to have certain her partner approvals which needs to be sent across at a location level. Somebody like say, because my her partner could be sitting out of you, sir, you could be in Europe and your her partner at a supervisory organization could be sitting out of us. I do not want to send him across to that for an approval which is localized to you, right? I will send it to a location hierarchy levels supervisor, sorry her partner, who is still based out of you, right? When we get to that business process, you have to tie this down. That way, you will be able to understand it. For sports people, where you will be able to do most research leaders this time, the children of God must smiling. May worm brokers grin scratch. Alright, we can do 2 for years. The next thing that we are going to be looking at is called as security groups. Alright, we saw about roles. And next thing, what we're going to be seeing is called as security groups. We'll see this a common example of security group actually. And then we'll proceed on to this. For this, what I do is I go to view security groups in the search and then I type manager security group. Since this is a common role that we have seen, I'm just going to the manager security group. Ignore these warnings right now because this is a training tenant and they haven't actually fixed this up. There are some critical issues which are coming. Ignore these warnings and errors that are coming up. Real world, you may not see this. And number one you see over here. This particular role is called as view role based security group constraint. And this security group is based on a role that we have already created over here. And this role-based security group which I have created over here means that I need to have a one-on-one mapping with the maintain assignable roles that I have over here. I repeat, when I say that I have created over here, I need to ensure that this particular security group needs to have a one-on-one mapping with this particular maintain assignable roles over here. Two points to note. The security group I create, the name need not be the same as what I give over here. Here I'm saying the role could be manager, but here it need not be manager. I can say manager underscore super manager underscore Arian. MIR123, whatever I want, I can create it. Not a rule at all. That is number one. And the mapping happens in the security group, not in the maintain assignable roles. The mapping happens in the security group over here. Group criteria, maintain assignable role. And I say manager. A role-based security group means that I'm having a role-based or a role created first. Which is going to be assigned to a supervisory organization. And I'm creating a security group for this role that I have created. And why I'm creating a security group? Let me go back to what I said earlier. Security is basically who can do what. Let me just take it this way. First, I've created a manager role. That manager role, I have enabled it for a supervisory organization. Now I've created who? I've created who? Who is a manager? And I have enabled it at a supervisory organization by creating a security group. What I do is, I'm saying manager, which is a who for my question. Can do what? What can this particular security group that I've created? Okay. That is very simple, as what it gets. Are we clear actually what security group is? A security group, in a nutshell, is very simple. What can a person who is assigned to this particular security group in, and who is going to be determined by the role. The role is going to be assigned to a user. In a role-based security, I'm going to be assigning this to a role, and the role will be assigned to a user. This security group is going to say this particular person That is precisely what a role-based security group is. What are the privileges? This particular mentioned security group can. Alright, first I will go to this particular option and then I'll come to the ones which are below. See if you see over here, this particular page says access rights to the organization. Because this is a role-based security group, I'm going to be assigning it to a organization level, which could be local, supervisory organization, or cost centers. I can assign this role to any organization type, be it support, location, or cost center, based on how I have given it over here in the maintain assignable roles. Alright, based on where I have enabled this, I can have this over here. And again, here I have 4 options. I can say that this is going to apply this particular security group and the privileges is going to apply to my current organization. I have another option over here which says applies to current organizations and unassigned subordinates. I have an option over here which says applies to current organization and all subordinates. Applies to current organization and subordinates to level. Current organization and unassigned subordinates. Which means if I have an organization, subordinate organization, and in that particular subordinate organization, I do not have in assigned. I have a manager, or let's take 8 partner. I may have it 4, and the subordinate organization 4 could be N2 if I do not any specific for the HR partner. For my subordinate organization, it will pick it automatically. The superior supervisory organization, if I am going to be assigning it, it is not going to have it clear on the funda. If I do not assign, it will pick it from inheritance. Other, it is going to have somebody who is going to be individual for that subordinate organization. Whether you assign it or inherit is going to be applied. And the last one applies to organization and subordinates up to a level. I can restrict it and say that up to certain level I am going to be applying it. We generally do not use option number 4. For most of them, we pick option number 2. Inheritance happens unless you want to override it. Automatically happen. That is number. Second option that we have over here in terms of access right to organization. And the third option that we are going to see over here, access right to multiple job workers. First one, since this is a managerial role, I am going to be creating, I am saying role has access to the positions that they support for any position that this particular or person is a manager and that they support. They will have the as alright position related by the manager that they support and those people who responsible. I create a position and for that position I am the manager for that particular position or the support. Then it will come across to me. Row for primary job has access to the position because I could have more position. Create and I could have multiple people. This is applicable when I have more minutes assigned to the same supervisory organization. For example, Carl joined and all three have been assigned as a for a specific supervisory organization. I can say for one position is going to be Matt is going to manage is going to be for that particular position, and I get Krishnaving in the second supplementary to that particular position, specifically of I position support frame position particular position supervisory support position creating a manage specific man handling position relate motive people assign applicable whatever creating security assignment assignable mm, assignable create map the motive assign policy secure secure good with core assign business process security permission business process step process take a business process filtering business process the business Se- security security business process operation available business process secure permission everybody X because high process whatever Initiate. Initiate. Secure. Group. Initiate. Employee. Avail. Employee. Secure. Security. Manage. Action. Secure. Secure. Assignable. Present. Get. Exact. Oh, right. Seeing. Concentrate. Security. Because that's challenging. Secure. Picking. Sec- It. Big. Right. Security. Specific. Organization. Weak. Location. Supervisory. Organization. Center. Sick. Specific. Because. Create. Tag. Specific. Support. Load. Highlight. Tagging. People. Secure. Good. See. A sick. What I mean by a user-based security group is there could be certain roles or certain security groups. Let me not say roles, let me say only use the word security groups. I could have certain roles which are going to be organization wide, which means I could have one or more people assigned at an entire organization level for my entire Amazon or Facebook. I could have only a couple of people or just a handful of people who are assigned as security admins in the Workday tenant who are going to be taking care of all the security related issues. I could have only a handful of people who are like HR admins, payroll admins, and they are the topmost super user level people, and they are going to be the ones who are going to be handling all the administrative level stuff, which is like at a super user level. Right? And I am not going to tag them to any organization, but they are entity wide, they are at an entire organization level. Those people we call them as user-based security group. And in the role-based security group, we saw that I'm going to be creating a role, which I'm going to be having it at an organization level. And in that organization, I'm going to say XYZ is going to be this particular role. But for a user-based security group, since this is at an enterprise-wide, which means it is at the entire organization level. It is not going to be just at one specific support inheritance. Nothing comes in over here. It is at the entire enterprise-wide level, and I'm directly going to assign this to my user. I'm going to assign this directly to a user. If I come back to this particular chart, role-based user, how I'm going to be doing this? I'm going to be creating an underlying role, and that role I'm going to be assigning to company cost center and everything. And in this organization, I am going to be assigning a specific user as a role. Whereas when I say a user-based security group, I will create one user, which is at an entire enterprise-wide. It's not going to be just at a company cost center location, supervisory organization level for the entire organization, say the entire entity. I'm going to be having only specific users assigned as user-based security group. This is directly assigned to my user. If I go over here and find out my Euro user-based security group, I also have a security admin, and I am going to be using this only for a handful of people only, even if you are an entire enterprise-wide. Clear on this? Any questions? And I may not have many of the options that we saw earlier because there is no inheritance, no position-based multiple, etc. Nothing is going to be there. It's straightforward. I'm going to create a user-based security group. I'm going to create a user-based security group in this group and directly tagging users directly to this particular security group. And in a real world, even if I'm going to have an organization like, say, Walmart or Amazon or Facebook, who have hundreds of thousands of users or employees across the globe, I will have only a handful, maybe 0.1%, based on my organization, employee count assigned to this particular admin level groups. Like I said, this is at an entity-wide. This is not just at a support level, location level, or anywhere. It is at an entity-wide. Clear on this? Difference between role-based. I will create a role, and then that role is going to be assigned to this particular organization. And then I will have people assigned. User-based is directly assigned to a specific user only. Business process security policies, role-based security policies, and user-based security groups. Just to give you a recap, we saw about role-based in the first place, and role-based security groups, as you all know, can be assigned at different organizations level, which is company cost center locations and supervisors, supervisory higher organizations. And then my roles are going to be assigned to a position or to a user. And as far as security groups are concerned, we have currently seen only two types of security groups. One is role-based and user-based. There are other types of security groups as well, but I do not want to go into that at this moment. For now, just remember only role-based and user-based security groups, which should be sufficient for you at a foundation level. If you go more into it, it's going to be more confusing to you. And next thing, we have seen about business process security policies, and we have also seen how that is going to be tied to a role-based security group where you can do the mapping and how this actually works. We have seen about business process securities part. The next topic that we are going to be seeing is domain security policies and functional areas domains, subdomains. That is going to be predominantly the topic that we are going to be seeing over today. That's the agenda for today. And like I said, I have just been going through all of this. I have been trying to do as much as I can. That's why you see a lot of windows open on my tenant. Actually, I was just trying to go over all the hire and other business processes as well, trying to see how I can adjust the proxy policies and everything. There are lots of proxy policies which were just actually not allowing us to have more people as proxy. That's why. Alright, let me come out of proxy. Let me just go in as Karoli. And I think the idea of Terasa on chat. You can use Terasa's ID for any kind of proxying as well. We have 3 IDs right now. Probably map it accordingly as per your business needs for any rules or assignments that you're going to be doing. Like I said earlier, first we saw about business process security policy. What exactly business process security policy deals with is whenever I have a business process, something like changing the details of an employee, which we call it as change of business process. I could hire somebody, I could terminate somebody, I can have a compensation change for somebody. For all of these business processes, I can have an event and I can decide who can do what in that particular event. That is what is called as a business process security policy. That is number 1. Second, if I come across to the other type of business or the other type of security policy, it is called as domain security policy. Domain security policy is nothing but what you see on this page are actions and everything else. Whatever information that you see on this page is controlled by a domain. It's controlled by a domain. Like I said yesterday, first up when I go to Caroli's compensation, relevant information, this particular compensation should not be seen by everybody. Only specific users with appropriate access should be able to see the compensation information because this is considered to be highly confidential. Probably your manager or people who deal with the compensation and the payroll support structure of the organization can see this. In order to control all of this, we have something called as domain security policies. Clear thus far? What is the purpose of a domain security policy? Any questions over here? Sorry, I thought I heard somebody. Alright, now in order to access domains, I don't know why it's not coming out of proxy here. Alright, now let me just open the domain specific to the employee's compensation and we will proceed from there. Yesterday we saw about how the business process policy is going to be looking like. The business process policy is going to decide who can do what in a business process event. In any event, we can decide who can do what. Whereas your domain security policy is going to decide who can see what information and do what task. That's what your domain is going to be. For example, let me go to the employee compensation information and I will proceed on with this particular specific domain for care release compensation. What I do in the search is I just put it like domain. As you all know, domain is going to be the prefix for any employee. Sorry, domain prefix is the prefix for any. Sorry, domain is specifically the prefix to view any domain-specific information. And then I put over here as employee compensation. I don't have that specific domain. Compensation change. Worker compensation. Let me check if I have worker compensation details. Worker data compensation. Let me just put all of these information that it's easy for you. I can show everything. Alright. What I do is, instead of putting not employee into employee compensation, I just put over here as worker compensation. I prefix it by the domain, which is the keyword to view any domain-specific details. I say domain worker compensation. I get many different domains. All of these are going to control every single information that you see here. For example, compensation can be viewed by the compensation teams and then the employee stock portfolio. If the employee is eligible for ESOPs, then he should be able to view the employee stock information. And if the employer, particular person does not have the information, does not have the privileges to view them, then they should not be able to view the employee stock portfolio. Alright? Now, if I go across to all of these domains are going to control who can see what information in my employees page. Alright. Now I'm just opening the second one over here, which says worker data compensation. Worker data compensation is one of my domains that I'm going to be choosing. And if you see over here, this domain is going to control or it is going to contain all the details about the compensation information of any worker. Any worker. This domain is going to contain and also control who can view what compensation information for any worker. Alright, that is number one. Number two, if you see over here, every domain is going to belong to something called as a functional area. And we have different functional areas in Workday or by functional areas. You can assume it's something like a module kind of a thing. This particular information is related to core compensation. Likewise, we have many other functional areas which could be like recruiting, onboarding, payroll, absence, time tracking. We have many different functional areas. Each of these functional areas is in a nutshell. You can see a collection of domains or in an easily accessible or an easily understandable terminology. I can say module level information that you want to have it at a macro level and a macro level. All of this is core compensation, relevant information. Alright. And why do we have functional areas over this? Functional areas are going to be any security or any configuration that I want to do. I can also do it at a functional area level. For example, let me open the functional area of core compensation. If you see, this particular core compensation functional area is going to contain multiple domains over there. And it may have many business processes. Remember, in the business process, if you see at the top, each business process will have something called as functional area. Why we have this is I can have the same business process triggered from multiple places. For example, when I'm doing a performance review for any employee, I can have a compensation change, which means that particular compensation change business process is going to be part of the talent functional area. And apart from that, I can have the same compensation change business process also initiated as a part of my compensation change, which is the compensation functional area. I can have the same thing triggered, or I can have two different instances triggered from multiple areas. Functional areas are a way of segregating your entire Workday HCM system into module-specific areas or values. In a nutshell, that's what it is. Clear on what is a functional area? Functional area is nothing but which functional side of things that you are going to be actually operating out of. That is number one. See, all of these business processes or domains that you see is more in the compensation relevant area. And I put all of these domains in a compensation package. And to explain you a little bit more actually, was it Tamimi who asked this question? Now, when I go for any HCM implementation, what happens is a client may implement one or more modules or one or more areas. Some clients may use Workday only for core HCM, which is to manage their day-to-day HCM operations. And they may have the payroll outsourced. For example, in your own organization that you might be currently working, payroll may be outsourced with a third-party vendor instead of having it maintained in Workday itself. Which is, you could be accessing a system like a Ceridian or an ADP or other systems to access your payroll information. In which case, what we do is when a client is going to be working or is going to be actually buying products out there, we are going to be saying that we are going to be implementing or we are going to be buying products based on the functional area that I'm going to be doing. These are specifically only modules. Now we are seeing about core HCM, which is our course right now. That is a foundation module for any HCM implementation. We have other areas like compensation payroll. Payroll is functional area is going to contain all the business processes plus domains which are specific to the payroll relevant area. Basically, this is nothing but the information relevant to that particular area that we are going to be seeing. For example, this is related to compensation and we are going to be seeing only the compensation relevant domains and business processes over here right now. We're not going to be seeing anything else outside of compensation and payroll. That's what a functional area is. When we go for any implementation of the client, it's going to be actually having more number of products added or reduced from time to time. You will be operating out of the functional area, which means they may say that from tomorrow onwards. I'm going to be actually saying that core composition is going to become redundant. I can manage it from another third-party vendor or third-party system. I could say recruiting is going to be becoming redundant. I can say payroll is going to become redundant. I can do anything and everything that I would like to do. Right? Clear on this. Clear on what exactly is the purpose. Everybody is functional area clear. Any questions over there? Alright? Like I said, functional area is nothing but a module, specific one, and I can have different domains and business processes. I can have a collection of domains and business processes in my functional area. And that is why we divide each and every Workday or each and every HCM module into functional areas. Alright, that is number 1. Number 2, when I go across to my domain, I have several things over here. First is going to be the domain description. And most important of all is going to be your domain security policy, which we'll be seeing next. And we also have functional areas where we have seen what is a functional area this particular domain is going to belong to. And I also have subdomains. Alright. For example, if I read some of these subdomains. Here, I have seen that this is worker data compensation, but I can have subdomains over here. The purpose of all of these subdomains is, if I go across to my worker profile, I have total rewards, compensation pay, change history, reinvestment, 11 plans, stock portfolios, everything else. I'm going to be splitting all of these into smaller units. That is where all of these comes in. Because I can have one entire policy for the entire compensation information. But at a micro level, I can also control who can view what information at a micro level. For example, like I said earlier, just the stock portfolio alone can be hidden from certain people. And again, pay change history. Like I said, domains are nothing, going to be smaller chunks of information. This entire compensation that we see over here, you can just assume this to be an entire domain and subdomains going to be all of this information. Your compensation packages, grade profiles assignments, your basis pay, your pay change history, stock options, rewards. All of these can be subdomains in your employee or worker compensation domain. Clear on this? If you see over here, I have pay range plan, type grades, partner organization, much of information. All of this is relevant to this particular smaller chunks of information, and each one can be controlled separately. Which means at a macro level, I will say everybody in a source. For example, if I have an L1 support desk, your HCM support desk, L1 support desk team. Whenever you call the call center up and say that I do not have a compensation or I have some issues with my compensation for the current month of September, probably not received your pay for this month or something like that. What will happen is they will go and see all of this information and see whether there is any issue over there. And it is not necessary for the same compensation team to also see the stock options or the reimbursement allowances. Because you could have some reimbursable allowances like an internet or something like a mobile bill or something of that sort, or your communication allowance. All of this could be part of your reinvestment allowance. But you can have different teams taking care of different functionalities. I will have one domain across the board for compensation and subdomains to actually take care of all of these. And the way domains and subdomains are going to work is anybody's guess inheritance. The same inheritance will also apply in compensation domain, and there are subdomains across the board for all the subdomains. This is how it works. If you're going to have any inherited permissions, that is also going to be inherited unless you choose to override it. If you are going to have the same domain subdomain, you're going to have inheritance in terms of security privileges as well. That is number 1 in terms of whatever domain subdomain is concerned. If I go to the next one, in terms of report fields and everything, I would say this is more related to the reporting section, which we are going to be seeing probably in the next or the following week. What is the access to all the information that we have as a part of the particular domain, and which field can be accessed by whom? That is what this particular report field is going to say. Alright. Now, the most important thing that we are going to be covering over here is called as domain security policies. Like I said, domain security policy is ideally going to be deciding who can access what information that is available over here. What I do is first, I've shown you about the domain worker data compensation. Now I'm going across to domain security policy. I just click on this particular lens over here, a magnifying lens that is available over here, and it takes me to the domain security policy. And give me just 1 minute. I'm just going to be going across to one of the screens that we saw yesterday. That I can just probably, I could have a correlation between the two. I'm just going across to the security group, which we saw yesterday, which is manager. Alright. Yesterday we saw in detail about all the privileges which the manager is going to have, either at a domain policy level or a business process level, and all the other usages as well. Now ignore the warnings, just there. Now I'm going across to domain policy and I'm filtering the domain policy called as compensation. Let me put worker compensation. If they have worker compensation, worker data compensation. Alright. I'm just putting over here worker data compensation just to show you all of this. Number 1 and number 2. We also have domain security policies, inheriting permission, which means worker data compensation is actually or the other way around. The domain security policies which are going to be inheriting is the worker data compensation manager and market position details domains is going to be inheriting the permissions from worker data compensation domain. And all of this is part of the functional area called as work or compensation. And this is what I would be. Now what I'm just doing is now I'm going across to the domain security policy, worker data compensation, and I'm just going to be filtering it by manager. I'm filtering it by manager. Why I'm filtering it? Because I just want to have both of them shown together. When I clicked on manager, why is it picking something else? Why is it picking this? Leave it. It's not working properly. I don't know why. That filter went a little bit topsy. It wasn't good. They made some changes over here. The same worker data compensation over here, but why is it not coming properly? Just give me 1 second. Just clubbed into a group here. All these 37 rows, they've just clubbed it into a single group. I understood what they've done over there. Alright. What I do right now is I just choose this particular row. Just ignore the header over there because they have actually clubbed multiple security groups into a single row over here. That is how this is actually designed. And here what I do is I go to Manager Security Group. If you see, the Manager Security Group in my compensation domain has only view access and not modify access. And there are certain groups over here as well which have both view as well as modify access. Now I just come back over to the worker profile. What exactly could that view and modify access mean? Ideally, any guesses? Read only with the view. And again, modify is going to be not directly over here and then going and changing it over here. It is changing it via the relevant business processes in your relevant business processes. You are going to be initiating this, and unless and otherwise you have the modify access to probably change your compensation base scale. You will not be able to do it in the business process level as well. Alright, say for example, I'm going to have a manager who is initiating a compensation change for one of his subordinates. Number one, he should have access to the change job business process. Number two, he should have access to view and modify the compensation information for an employee. These are the two things which are going to drive any event or anything that is happening. It is not necessary for him to just have the permission to run or initiate that particular business process. But if a manager is going to be actually changing the compensation for an employee or a subordinate, he should have access to both view as well as to modify the compensation information of an employee. Otherwise, it is not going to work. Are you guys with me? Any questions? Seems to be a silent day today. Everybody's domain policy. What exactly happens in a domain security policy? Is that clear? Any questions over there? And what exactly a view and what exactly modify means here? If I go to the manager security group over here, which I have, and I filter by the domain security policy of worker data compensation, I see only view operation only, which means the manager can only view the information at this moment, which is, again, this is at a domain level of worker data compensation. And I can also have some permissions at a subdomain level, which is for the individual fields. Right? That is number one. And now second question, which I think you might pop up to you is, you have Carol Lee, Joy Banks, Logan McNeil. All of them are part of the manager groups, but they can also initiate a change of and a change compensation transaction. How is that possible? That is because Carol Lee is also part of another security group, which is Implementer Security Group, which has view and modify. Carol Lee is part of either of these security groups. AR people, because there are many security groups over here. And Carol Lee is part of one or more of these security groups and also possibly an admin level security group. And hence Carol Lee or Joy Banks or Teresa or Logan McNeil can perform both view as well as modify of the compensation information. You need to understand two things. One business process is going to be driving who can initiate an action. Who can initiate an action? We've had several instances in the past from my own experience as well. I'll tell you what will happen is you might initiate a compensation, information or a job change transaction, say for Carol Lee. Now, this is what is a real world scenario. And probably when you go for an interview, this is what one of your interviewers could ask you. You may initiate a job change transaction to actually change the compensation information because you as manager may have the privileges to it. But when you go into the compensation screen, everything will look blank. You will have no compensation information to actually edit. And because you will have access to initiate the transaction, but you may not have the domain privileges to view and also edit the information in your domain security policy. This is very important that you understand what exactly drives what. For example, first let me take the case of manager does not have the view of access or modify access. Manager does not have both view and modify access, but he still tries to initiate a compensation change for, say, Carolee. What will happen is the compensation change screen will come up because he has the initiate privileges, but he will see blank and he will just go ahead and submit it. Which means it does not mean that the compensation is going to become zero in the back end. It is just that he does not have any privileges. And if the approver has the view say, the approval goes to a compensation partner. Compensation partner may have viewbacks. He will see that probably Carol Lee was getting the $80 a year previously. Now also it is submitted only as $80 and there is no other transaction that has happened over there. And why is it coming for me to approve it? And he will send it back again to the manager. That is possibly what could happen. That is scenario number 1. Scenario number 2. I say that manager only has a view of access, but no modify access. In that case, the transaction for compensation change or job change transaction will initiate. And the manager will have this particular screen where he can go and propose a new compensation, but he will not have edit privileges. It will be read-only. It will be read-only. Let me open Carol Lee's profile and view domain security policies. And we have something called as edit domain security policies, which we are going to be seeing next. Now see, here I'm just going to be having a start job change for dial and share and say I'm going to say what are the actions that I have. I'm just going to say, or I'm just going to say combination of changes. And I'm doing this as Carol Lee and I'm doing this to dial and show. And I'm saying a start job change transaction and I want this to be taken into effect or this should be effective immediately. Alright, I'm saying this is effective immediately, right now, and I'm saying start now. Let me come to the compensation or relevant information for this employee. Alright. Let's see here. This person currently has whatever. Ignore all of this information that is available over here in terms of what is the salary range and everything. I'll go to salary range. Let's see. This particular person currently has a salary. Imagine remove. Ignore all of this. Remove comments and everything over here. Currently this person has a salary of 75,37 pounds a year. Now if as a manager, I do not have access to edit this information, I will not get anything over here called add. I will not get anything called add over here. It will only be viewing the current information of the employee's compensation, even though I'm trying to initiate a compensation change transaction. Clear on this? What will happen ideally over there? You will not have access to edit it. You will only have view access if you are trying to view. I'm randomly picking a compensation plan over there, and all of this will not be available. You will not be able to add anything. You will not be able to do anything at all. You will only be able to view it, and you're just going to be submitting it. That is a real world scenario. What could possibly happen? And in one of your interview questions, let me ask you that what is going to be or what is happening in your domain security policy and what drives your domain security policy. Your data is going to be driven by your domain security policies, whereas your actions. What is the action that you are going to be doing in your business process is going to be driven by your P security policy. Alright, that is one clear on this far. Far as this clears on the view part of domain security policy, is it all clear? The P is going to drive your actions in any business process policy. Who can initiate a transaction? Who can actually approve something? And obviously, when you are going to be approving something, you need to see some data in order to approve. Say, for a compensation partner, if he is going to be approving something, he needs to have the view access of the compensation information. Otherwise, in the approval page, it is going to show us blank. It is going to show blank plain talk. I'll show you that as well. Alright, let me go to Caroli's inbox. Or I'd say, let me say higher. For example, let me say higher information. I'm just picking, probably because higher, which was initiated probably yesterday. Now higher. This particular information for higher is driven by much of many domains, many other domains interlinked with one another, including the worker data, personal information, compensation information, many other stuff. Or let me pick, this is getting reassigned. Since this is getting reassigned, let me try to have another one. I will pick something which is not having the reassignment or any approvals. Compensation change. Let me pick this compensation change. Since it might have an approval also, let me pick this. Let's see. I don't have any of this. All these come in over here. Alright. See, I don't want to waste more of time over here because it's getting a lot of issues. Just imagine over here that when you come over here to this particular task, you will get blank information over here for an employee. For example, if I go to Pravalika or move to this particular new manager over here, the screen will look blank, where the compensation information should be available. And your compensation partner, when he's trying to approve something, what will happen? It will show blank, and in a nutshell, the compensation partner will raise a request or a ServiceNow ticket saying that what am I going to approve? I don't know what I'm going to be approving. I do not have the access to view this particular person's information. What am I going to actually approve? That is what the compensation partner will say. clear on this? Any questions? I'm not able to see or give you an exact example over there. Probably I'll cook up something today and I'll show you that tomorrow as well. Probably a compensation information. Now that we have 3 or 4 folks, I'll try to have that compensation information and show you what exactly will happen. Alright. That is ideally what will happen if you only have a view access or if you do not have a view access. And again, if you are going to have modify access, it also means that you will also have view access. I'll go to that now. What I'm going to do right now is we have seen about how to view your domain security policies. We are going to be seeing next how I can edit my domain security policy for that. I go to the related actions of domain security policy. Domain security policy. And I have many options over here. Number 1, or I'll go from the bottom. First one is view history, which is going to give me any kind of an audit related history of any changes which has happened in this particular domain security policy. Next, the domain, the previous switch screen, which we saw the domain relevant to this particular domain sec policy. Third, one view, all for functional area, which means for this particular functional area, what all the view, all permissions which are available. Next, if I want to disable the entire domain security policy, which means, for example, for my ESOP options, right? This particular employee stocks portfolio, for example, your organization does not have employee stock portfolio at all. Why should I have this particular information visible? And this visibility is not only over here in the employee profile. This employee stock profile could be visible at multiple levels and areas as well. I'm going to make this entirely disabled, that it's not going to be available anywhere at all. I'm going to be making this entirely disabled. That is the fourth option which we have. And the fifth one is the one that we've got to see now next, which is called as editing my permissions, right? When I go to edit my permissions, all of the information that we saw over here, it is available. And I can have multiple rows over here. And in one row, I can pick many different security groups as well in a single row, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to group all of these 50 or 60 ordered security groups with only a view permission over here. That's what I'm trying to do over here. And for example, I created one role-based security group yesterday. I think it was called test re-enroll or something. Let me try to put it over here. Say I created test re-enroll 1 yesterday. This is the one I created yesterday. This is the one I created yesterday. What I'm trying to do is for the compensation information, the security group which I created yesterday. I'm going to give a view or a modified access over here that any person who's assigned to test Ryan Role 1 security group can have either a view or a modified access as per what I'm going to decide right now. And one thing first, I can have either view or the moment I'm going to check. Modify view is going to be automatically checked. And I can have view and modify or just view only. That is because if you are going to have a modified access, view is automatically taken into consideration, which means view is automatically taken. That is not going to be any kind of an access which is going to prevent you. Workday has an intelligent system which is going to say, I'm going to be modifying something without viewing access. What am I going to modify? It is going to be automatically available. This is kind of an implicit action which happens over there. In a real world, when you go to a client implementation, all this is going to be done by people called as security admins. Only they will have privileges to actually play around with your domains. Nobody else. Only your security admins, based on policies, approvers and everything, will say that, say, I have a manager, I have a compensation partner, or anybody will be able to view this. And again, the compensation partner will be able to see only compensation information. They will not be able to see payroll information or absence information. And your absence partner will be able to see only absence information and not payroll information or compensation information. That is why we have separate domains, separate functional areas. Now does it all make sense to you? Where exactly functional areas, domains, subdomains, all of this comes in? From a supervised organization to a security group, how that is going to be assigned, and how you are going to tie it back to your business process and your security group, and how you can play around with this. Clear thus far? Any questions, Steve? Alright. Now, I'm not going to play around with this because I do not want to accidentally turn on anything. I'm just going to cancel what we have made changes over here. But this is the way you can do any view or modify, or you can add a security group to the view or modify. And if you want to play around with this, you can definitely play around. But subject to ensure that you do not accidentally, even accidentally, change existing permissions. Add a new row over there and put in your own security group that you're going to create. Right. Either it will be role-based or user-based. Not an issue, but do it only for your own security group. Don't play with the existing ones. Alright. Security is directly assigned to the user. Now let me open a user-based security group. See, like I said, user-based security group is going to be directly assigned to a user. Now let me open a security group over here. Assign roles. See over here, let me say I have absence administrator right now. I open absence administrator over here and all that. If you see over here, it has domain sick policies, business policies, etc. And I see directly members. And if I want to add somebody over here to the user-based security group, and I say go to the user-based security group, user-based assigned security group, and say assign users, I just go directly to assign users over there. And I think it just came up. I just go directly over here. I come to user-based security group and I say assign users. For some reason it is actually, I go to the security profile and user-based security groups. I couldn't read it. The problem is in the relevant domain. I'll tell you what could have happened over here. This is a classic scenario which happens. A person could be part of multiple security groups, and one of those security groups will have a view access. Another one will have a view and a modify access. Get what I'm saying? That particular scenario that you saw right now where it is just kicking me out of assigning any user-based security group for that user-based assignment security groups. Sorry, user-based security group assignments. You do have specific domains that drive all of this. And Logan, sorry, Carolee could be part of one or more of these security groups, or probably two or more of those security groups. One of them could have just a view access. Another one could have a view and a modify access. It is getting into a conflict over there. That's what is happening. In a real world, you won't have that issue. In a real world, you won't have that issue. It is going to be the minimum of the security. But again, in that case, what is happening is it is like getting into a conflict. You can view it. Modify is not happening. That gets into a lot of, I would say, confusion and everything over there. Now that I have this, let me open Logan McNeil right now. If I want to view all the security groups which are assigned to Logan McNeil, all that I do is I go to security groups. I directly go to security groups, view security groups, and I will see all the other 800 items which are assigned to here. Today morning I went to Carol League. She had around 100 plus and Logan McNeil has 100 of them. And it's very difficult, for me to view each and everything. We should have everything. What is happening and where it is getting a conflict. It's kind of very difficult for us to actually. We've seen about this particular domain right now and what happens in the view and the modify privileges. And if you see, we have something called as securable actions and securable reporting items. Leave the reporting items for now. We'll deal with when we get to the reporting part. Now I'm going to be teaching only about securable actions. What you need to do is, if you see there are 17 securable actions over here, and I'm just going to be clicking directly on the number that is available over here. Say you just need to tie this down with the appropriate view and modify, and Workday has drawn this particular action based on, say, for this particular domain. It is going to control a variety of actions which are there over here. Alright, and there are certain things which are called as reports. Ignore those reports for now. This one has only reports. I'll go to the subdomain. That's easier for a child policy. Let me say pay range because that would be a little bit confusing. Pay range is going to be nothing but the employees. Great profiles. Pay range which is eligible. What I'm doing is I'm going to that particular security policy. And we have the security groups which have all the relevant permissions and everything. And if you see, the parent policy is going to be worker data compensation. Now I click on securable actions over here. This is also a report. Pay range for compensation for managers. This seems to be more relevant. Because since I have not touched on reporting far, I don't want to go into the reporting security privileges. That's why I'm just going into the task level ones. Let me see if I have some specific tasks for which I can show for you. Alright. See, this is nothing, but this particular domain is the domain worker data compensation for managers. And we have specific tasks which can actually be driven based on my view and modify accesses. I told you that your domain is going to contain data and certain tasks which are driven otherwise from a business process. From a business process standpoint, I can have the business process event controlled. Right. But apart from that, I also have certain tasks over here which is driven by my domain action policies or domain actionable that we call it over here. Or this is also a booklet. Give me a minute again. Just going across to the relevant one, which is going to be precise for you to view. This should be a lot better. The rewards and everything. Just give me 1 second. Several other things. Alright. If you see over here, apart from my business processes, we have certain things called tasks, and certain tasks are going to be directly driven from my business process policy. So, domain security policy, not the business process policy. Now see here. Not all of these that you see over here in this particular menu for relevant actions are driven by business processes. Because certain things are driven by tasks as well. Certain things are driven by tasks as well because I may not need a business process. Why I'm having a business processes is because when I want to go for some approval routing or I want to create a customized business process for them. And also I have certain tasks which can be directly performed by a manager. And also I could have certain tasks and report. For example, I go to organization and I go to view roles for this particular organization for Carolee, which means in the supervisory organization we saw all the roles which are at a super level. And I was able to filter down based on individual workers who are assigned a specific role. And now this is a reverse of that, which is role assignment for worker position. If I just click on this, this is going to give me all the roles that Carolee is assigned in a specific supervisory organization. And where this menu or this particular task, we call these as tasks. And where this task is being secured is from a domain level. Here, I have one task over here which is called as map retirement savings plan to a compensation basis. And this is again a task. And if I want somebody to be doing this particular task, then I need the modify privileges. A person with modify permission will be able to do this particular task. And this is not a business process, it's just a simple task which happens. Hope it's not confusing with your business process event. Business process event is different. Your task is going to be different. Right. We saw what assigning a role. Assign role to a user is a task in itself. It does not have any background business processes. For example, I go to Carly's profile. And I see over here. Say I see assign roles. Let me go to security profile. And I want to say assign user-based groups. This is assign user-based for person. Ignore that. It's a task by itself. And that task is secured to a domain, possibly a security domain. And this is how it is going to be coming. And a person who has a view or a modify based on what it's going to be there for that particular task will be able to perform that particular task. For example, in this worker data total compensation domain, if a person has a modify access, which is people operation A, B, C, let's not take that as inactive. Let's say people operation admin security group. Whoever is tagged to people operation admin security group will be able to do map retirement savings plan to compensation basis task. Whereas a person who is probably over here a compensation partner. Obviously, the compensation partner does not have a modify access and he only has a view access. And hence they will not be able to do map retirement savings plan to compensation basis task. Does that make sense? Is that clear? Any questions? For a data task, everything is driven from here only. From a domain, you're going to drive both a task. A task is, you can assume that it's a standalone activity that I'm going to be doing. It's just a standalone one. But as in a business process, I'm going to be doing it in a more holistic manner with approvals and routings and all these successor, ask and predecessor tasks and everything. That's more holistic in nature. Any questions here far on domain security policies? What exactly we've seen far? Domain security policies, functional areas, domains, subdomains and everything. Any questions from the team? You can edit anything. You can edit domains, subdomains and everything. You can edit anything. It is just that the subdomains are going to inherit the security policies from the parent policy. That's it. They are going to be inheriting, obviously, because it needs to inherit the permissions. That's all it is. Because, for example, in Carol Lee's profile, I may have the compensation information. And unless I have the date, all I have the permission to view the compensation information. I cannot view the information relevant to stock portfolios. I cannot view the pay change information or the reimbursement. I cannot view any of this information unless I have access to the parent domain. Oh, why am I not able to view any of these? Now it's available. See, earlier I was getting something over here and reinvestment allowance plans and everything. Somebody's made modifications over there. Unless I have access to the overall compensation domain, I cannot view total rewards, which is a child domain policy compensation tab, which is another domain policy or subdomain policy. And again, I have pay changes to all these subdomain policies and the relevant tasks over here. Everything is tagged to a domain policy. Unless I have access to my parent policy, I cannot view the child policies. That's all it is. Clear thus far? That is how it all rolls up and rolls down. Any questions? Security is kind of an elephant to digest. That's how it is. And in a real world, what I have, and I will be very, very honest with you, what I'm just teaching you right now is only 10% of what exactly a real world could look like. I'm trying to give you as much as information as possible, but in a real world, I'm giving you only more of the theory, plus a little bit of the functional expertise that I've gained over the last several years. But this is barely 10% compared to what you see in a real world. In a real world, it's going to be wacky-talkies. That's, in one word, how it is going to be. You're going to be seeing many challenges, many things. X user, Y user is going to say, I'm not having this. And when you design all of this, it's going to be really, really difficult. Imagine that security administrator. The role of a security administrator is the most complex in any kind of implementation. And you wouldn't want to get into that particular shoes. That's what I would say. In the future, if you are going to go into a security administrator, I would say, God be with you, nothing else. And security, I know it's going to be very difficult for you at the start, but tomorrow I'm going to be revisiting all of this. And I've only taught you the basics of security. There is much more in security and all this conflict management right now. I taught you about the view and modify people having or people being in two security groups, but one lab view, and one will have modified how to actually circumvent all that. We have many ways to do that, but I don't want to get into that. Now just try to digest whatever we have seen today, and I will share this particular deck across with you right after this. Just try to go through this particular deck and try to understand what are the main policy, functional areas, subdomains, and all of this are. And try to first understand this picture and visualize this in your mind. You'll kind of get it. And tomorrow we will revisit this again because we've seen a lot, I know. But I will revisit this tomorrow and take some questions as well and see where we can proceed from there. But nice activity for you today. Go through. I will share this material across at least till slide number 3. Try to understand what is happening. And if you go scroll down also, it will only contain all of what we have seen far. It will contain the main security policies, business process policies, and everything else. And how a security group can be created. All of that is available. And I think, Krishna Vini, this should be kind of relevant to you as well. The material. Just do go through this and let me know if something is not clear. Alright. This is more or less what we have seen today and other stuff as well. Tomorrow, what I'm going to be seeing is we have seen about constrained security group. If you guys feel comfortable, I will take unconstrained as well. But only if you guys want to go an extra, take an extra mile and learn about unconstrained, because unconstrained is a little bit confusing. That is why I don't know whether I want to go through that or not. But otherwise we will try to revisit security and we will take as many questions as we can tomorrow for security groups, because security groups is going to be definitely very, very important for you. And even if you go for an interview sometime in the future, this is going to be very important, especially the view and modify accesses. Just remember whatever I taught you today. That's going to be helpful for you, at least at the foundation level. And probably once you do 1 or 2 implementations, you will get a hang of things. But for now, just understand what exactly business process policy is, the security around business process policy, the domain policy is, and what drives what. And in a nutshell, all that you need to understand is security is concerned. If you're not able to understand what it is, just remember this. Who does what, and then try to look back and understand what exactly the domain or the business process policy does. You will understand it better. If you have that particular framework in your mind, if you have that particular thought running in the back of your mind, you will understand security easier. Just understand who does what, and that will help you. Alright, clear on that. Any other questions? And I will share this particular document across with you today. And today again, we will be going through all of this tomorrow as well. Tomorrow we will see, this is whatever I have taught you for over the last 3-4 days. This is what is available in this particular deck as well. I will share this deck. Go across this. Go through this particular deck today and come with more questions. And if you are going to be playing around with the domain security policies, well and good. But do not change any existing policies which are there. Only make changes to your own new security policies or security groups that you're creating. Do not play up existing ones. Alright, let me take this particular security policy for domain, which is going to be adding government IDs. And where this particular task comes in is I go to Actions for Kareli and I come to add government identifiers. And usually for a normal person, this is done by either an HR partner or the employee as self. They are the people who will be usually doing this. And I go to edit personal information. I already have a personal information change that is happening. I'll just go and cancel this. I don't want this to mess around with ours. Alright, I go back to Kareli, go to her profile. And if you see this particular domain says person data at government identifier, change personal information. Let me see if you have the government ID as well. Let me go to person data and I will go into something which is available over here. Let me go to date of birth. This is better. Alright, because I want to explain one simple concept for all of you to understand it. See, let me pick this particular domain. Now, here the domain is going to be person data, date of birth. And this is actually going to be person data, date of birth. And this is going to be person data, date of birth. That is actually going to be person data, date of birth. And this is going to be person data, date of birth. That is going to be person data, personal data. And then I have date of birth. This is the business. This is actually the domain which drive this. And when I go across to securable actions, I click on the number 5 over here. I have several tasks over here. If you see edit row for edit date of birth, active view page. This is one of the tasks I have. And I may have other tasks which are part of my date of birth. For example, like I said yesterday, if I do not have view and modify access, I will not be able to edit this particular information. And all of this is driven by this particular domain that I have over here and the accesses and security privileges which come in from this domain security policy. And likewise, I can also make changes to another person's domain. Let me open Logan McNeil's profile. Right? Because it is an. I am not. I am taking Logan McNeil because I do not want to carry the transaction as an employee yourself. Rather, let me as Carolee, let me go and modify the information. I go across to personal data. And let me go across to edit personal information. Oh, let me cancel all of these. Let me go ahead and cancel all of this. Because I do not want to show that to you as an employee, but rather I want to show this as another user. That it is going to be more helpful for you. This is completed her. Is that business process completed? Well, I is already mandated. Shows in progress. Shows in progress. Alright, now I should be able to do it. I'm as Caloli and I'm going across to Logan McNeil's information and I'm going to be editing her date of birth information. Alright, like I said, this particular domain is going to decide whether I have the access to edit the personal information and more specifically, the date of birth information of Logan McNeil or not. And again, this particular pencil icon that you see over here will be visible only to those who have the modify access. If I do not have the modify access, I will not be able to edit it, whereas I'll be only able to view this information and do no other action. This is number 1 and number 2. Say, for example, if you want to see the domain which is actually controlling this particular task, how do I go about with this? For example, you've come over to change personal information and you have this date of birth, but you see that this particular date of birth is showing only as view and not editable. How will you debug this? For that, we have a specific screen available which is going to help you out this. Please remember this very well. This is very important. I just type view sec for sec, which is called as view security for securable item, and we call it in our own jargon. This is very important. I just type of information and we call it in our own jargon. What this effectively does is here, if I say date of birth, or I can even say change date of birth based on this particular securable item that I am going to be entering, it is going to give me all the list of tasks and the domains that are going to be linked to this. I will repeat. I come over to view security for securable item and I type the task as change date of birth and it is going to give me all the list of actions which I can do for this particular one. Or it is a reverse. Instead of going from my domain, what if I do not know the domain? I only know the task name. The task name I chose was edit personal information or date of birth. And I come in the reverse order over here clear on this particular page. And what is the task that I use is called as view security for securable item. Or in short we say view sec for sec. And even in the task in the search, you just have to type view sec for sec. You're going to get it. It's a very simple task. And with this I will be able to find out what is the domain linked to, the specific task or page. The action that I want to do, whether I have the relevant permissions for it or not, is also going to be available. For example, instead of I'm not going to say change date of birth, for example, I'm just going to say only change, only date of birth. That is going to give a more exhaustive list for me. I'm just putting it as only date of birth. That is going to give me a more exhaustive list. Let's see what comes up, because we have only around 9 actions over tax tasks over here. Why I want to go with this is see, I have many tasks over here. Why I want to highlight this is, like I said earlier, there are multiple options for you to edit or view the same information in Workday. It is not necessary for me to go only based on one particular way. I can do it in one way. You can do it in your own way as well. There are multiple options and it depends on how you want to do this. Alright, say for example, first one it shows correct my date of birth, which is going to be specific only to me, which is as an employee, will I be able to edit the date of birth information or not? Why I'm having this particular task over here is because certain organizations may restrict this. They may say that if you want to edit your date of birth, post-hire, raise a ticket to your support team, and your support team is the only person who can do this. You cannot edit your date of birth. You cannot edit your date of birth. You cannot edit your information by your own self or without any checks and balances. And if I click on this security, it is going to give me all the relevant details about which functional area. Functional area. Why I am repeating it is because you just need to tie this down to where this is actually flowing to, and date of birth may flow into multiple areas. It may flow to your benefits section because in your benefits section you need to determine what is your age based on your certain privileges, including your medical vision, dental. All of this could be determined. It could also flow across your payroll information based on which you may have some retiree plannings and everything for your payrolls and deductions and everything you may also, and also your taxes and everything for your payroll, and you may also, that may also flow across to your own HR system where your master data is going to reside. That is why this particular functional area is important, and if you see this particular screen over here, it has multiple things. See here, view security. For security, will item correct my birth date as an employee? I'm going to be correcting this. And what is this? This is a task, and this is not any business process event or any kind of domain sec policy. And again, where is this menu available? It is available on my personal data and then correct my birth date as an employee. I will be correcting this and correct my birth date, which means if I log in as Logan McNeil or if I'm going to log in as Caroli, I will be able to see this in this particular option if I have the access to it. If I have the access to it, I will be able to see it over here in personal data option or menu. Correct my birth date clear. And again, what are the business process securities and the relevant options which are available? If you see over here, this is part of a business process security in the functional area personal data, which means this is available in my change personal data business process. If you guys want to explore that, you can explore it as well. We have a business process called as change personal information, and if you look at all the initial initiating actions and everything that we have, the initial initiating actions and everything that we discussed earlier, you will be able to understand this a little bit more. And the functional area is personal data, and here it says security group needed. Why it says security group needed is because only those people who have the access to this security group, be it Bhavi HR administrator, employee, admin, JMP shower manager and JMP user based, only these security group based users can perform this particular initiating task for my business process. And what exactly is the purpose of view security for a secureable item? Because this is something which you can expect anywhere you go, and this is a very common debugging that we do. This is a very common debugging that we do as well. The moment we say that, if a user is going to report that he is not able to view an action, perform a task, anything be it a business process level or at a domain level, this is the option that we go into. We go to view security for secureable item or view sec for sec. Even in your interviews, this could be a possible question which comes across. And if you go to view security for a sec for sec, going to say view sec for sec, that is where I would start my debugging your code. Clear the moment. If a user is going to say I'm not able to access a particular domain, I'm not able to access a particular business process action itself. This is the place that I would rather come into. You can go to your business process, and if you want, you can go to your separate domains as well. If you know the domain names, you can go to that as well. But this is at a high level where I would come, because this contains all the information that I need here and again. Probably you need to focus more on the functional area over here. And I took date of birth over here because it's very, very simple. And if you see, I have many different tasks over here. I have one option over here, which is called as revised date of birth, which means it is an editable. And this is at a tenant non-configurable functional area for now. Remember that it is a very, very high level at a macro level is where we have this tenant non-configurable area, and it is available to all users as a part of the domain and next as a part of the business process. Security data worth correction in the function area of personal data and the same change personal information business process. And don't go into language restrictions for now because it's related to all your translations and everything. And let me go across. Pick something else over here. Time of validation active. These are all reports. Your date of birth event. Let me put this one over here. Date of birth view staffing benefits event. Let me pick this. This is going to be more relevant for. See, this particular task is relevant to, or is related to rather, editing your dependent date of birth information. For example, you're going to be joining a new organization, or if you're going to have any life event, either marriage or childbirth or anything, and you want to add a new dependent. The first thing you will do is this particular information because of your life event, your benefits event or benefits detail of your dependent has to be added at two places. One in your master her data, which is your personal data. That is number 1 and number 2. It needs to be added to your benefits information. It needs to be added to your benefits. It needs to be added to your benefits information because your child or your spouse has to be added to your benefits. That is where these two functional areas come in. You're clear on this? When I say dependent date of birth information, that is part of two functional areas of an employee. One, the core, master information that you store in your personal data or your core HCM. The second is in your benefits information, whereby your dependents are going to get certain, probably medical retiros or other relevant benefits information. That is why we say this particular task is part of both benefits and personal data functional area. And if I go across to the security, each particular task in the relevant functional area is going to have different securities, is going to have different security. For example, we have one over here which is called a self-service dependence. And what this means is, as an employee, as self, you will be able to add dependents, but this is at a benefits level. This is at a benefits level, say because of your life event. You can choose to add or edit your dependents, maybe your childbirth or your marriage. You can add your spouse information, and this is at a benefits level, and who's permitted to do it is employee as self and the dependent information relevant security pools. I didn't click anything, it just refreshed. I don't know what. Just give me a minute, let me go back to that. This particular data worth information of dependent. Like I said, this data is maintained in multiple places. That's why I took that particular example. I have it over. Edit date of birth express, who reports and where the task. Date of birth express, who reports and where the task is. If I go to this particular data, birth information, if you see over here one, it is available at employee self-service dependents, and this is part of my benefits functional area because I, as an employee, can directly go and edit my dependent's date of birth information in case of any life events. Life events are commonly called as any kind of childbirth, marriage, death of your dependents. All these are called as life events. Alright, in that particular scenario, I may want to edit, add or remove one or more of my dependents and my coverage, and everything is also going to be dependent on that. Alright, next as a worker data dependence. This is more relevant if you want to change the benefit information of dependents of another worker. This is not self, but this is for somebody else. You may be part of a benefits administrator. You may be part of a support group or a support your own, her support group, which is going to be doing all the day-to-day tasks wherein they go and edit the dependent information of certain workers. And again, this is part of two different functional areas, both at benefits and at personal data level. And here you see a long list of 70 plus security groups who are do it. But in a real life, this could be something like a HR support group and probably your benefits administrator and certain other admin groups. Only those folks will be able to do it. You don't usually see a long list of 70 or 80 odd folks in such a thing. And if tomorrow you come across an issue where people say that you are not able to edit the dependent information or the dependent date of birth information of a worker's dependent, this is the domain and the security policy that I would be looking at. I just have to click over here, right click and go to this particular domain. And if I want to make some changes, I will go and make changes over there. This is a very important page which we usually use for debugging purposes, and from here I can traverse to the security policy. In a nutshell, it's going to give me all the details of that particular security policy, including the permission that I might require in order to carry out a task. Go ahead today and find out some common tasks. What I would rather suggest is go to any worker profile and from the worker profile, pick any commonly available tasks. You just have to go to any worker, Logan McNeil or any worker. Go to actions and pick any of these tasks over here, any of the tasks. You can go to compensation job change. You can go to personal information, anything. I picked up personal information because very common task. You can pick any of these tasks over here and say edit personal information. Come to view security for secureable item and then view this particular information, and trust me, you will understand a lot of things about security just by this one page alone. And this is the reverse of what we saw in terms of what our domain does. If I want to find out which domain, which particular business process is driving all of this, this is where I come to. Now let's just move on with our deck. What we have seen over here in terms of configurable security point. Like I said earlier, in a domain security policy, always like what I said was earlier, who can do what is what a security policy is. And in a domain, I say or I'm going to be controlling who is going to be doing what, which is edit or view in a domain. That is, what is a domain security policy? Who in my security group can do what task action, which is more relevant to either a task or I can view or edit any specific information. That is what is driven in my domain security policy. And whereas in my business process security policy, I'm going to say who, which security group or a user group is going to be able to do which action or event in my business process or business process event. Who can do an initiate, who can do an approve, who can do a review, who can do a configuration task, who can do whatever or not it is. That is what is my business process security policy, alright? Next, this is more relevant to the domain security policies for any functional area. This is like for my personal data functional area. What are the different domains and securities and everything? This particular page. I don't know whether I want to take this, but let me just show you this particular page alone. This is the bigger screen over here. Alright, let me pick personal data over here. This is the overall functional area level domain security policy for personal data, which is a functional area. And if you see for the entire functional area, what are the different domains available? And again, if you see over here, we have multiple ones. Some of them could have just a notepad icon. Some of them could have a folder icon. If I go to my functional area, domain security policies, I can view all the domains which are relevant to this particular functional area. Now I've taken personal data and I can have much of information, many domains over here. All of this is part of my personal data functional domain and I can go to the one that we saw right now. Let me say date of birth. Person data birth is one security policy which we have over here, and this again may have more child domains and everything as well. Alright, all of this information, all the security groups which are mentioned over here will be able to view, edit as per the permissions which I have given over here, and again, securable actions. The same securable actions that we saw over here as well. And if I'm just going to copy paste this in my view, security for securable item, I'm going to be having the same screen, which we saw earlier as well. Alright, it's just that I'm just going back in circles to where we came or what we saw. Just that everything can be done in multiple ways in Workday. Alright, and this is the purpose of my domain security policy for my entire functional area. Likewise, I may have umpteen number of other functional areas, be it payroll, absence, time tracking. I can have anything and everything around the world. Alright, clear on this. Let's move on to the next. It's all about domain security policies for functional area. Probably today as an activity, what I want you to do is check if you are able to view one or more of the domain function domain security policy for a functional area I've shown on your personal data. You can pick for others. Just go through this particular screen over here and find out what exactly this does, and if you want, you can go back to the view security for securable items and find out the relevant menu from where they can be triggered. All right? From where they can be triggered. Why I picked up personal data is, if you are having personal data, it is very, very easy for you to play around with the task, because you can choose Logan McNeil Joy, Banks or Carlo Lee's profile, and you can play around with this. And again, I'm perfectly fine for you to edit any of the personal data domain, but ensure that you do it only for your own security group, that you are going to be creating either a role-based or a user-based security group. Play around with only the ones that you are creating. Do not meddle with anything that has already been created or somebody else's security groups. Play around with only your own thing. I've already taught you about how to do it. Do it only with yours, because security, if you're going to meddle with it, it's going to be nasty business. Let me just tell you that from my own experience, there have been many instances where security has been goofed up. Don't ever play around with security. It's going to be really nasty. Alright. And the next thing we saw about domain security policy for a functional area, and again how exactly this particular domain functional area comes down to, is what is given over here. Alright. Like I said, for a business process area, what are the domain? Sorry, what are the inner functional area? I think I just went through with a different one. If I see over here, I saw about domain security policy for functional area. Similarly, I can have something called as business process security policy for a functional area. Say for example, let me go in the reverse order. Since we have already seen about hire, I will pick hire over here and then show you over here. I'm putting it as I'm choosing it as hire and over here. Let me just give it as hire over here, it'll just come up. Alright. Oh, not the pre-hire process. Something's grouped up. And I think somebody was asking me what are the different business processes which we have in the system. This is more or like all the business processes that we have in the system, which could be numbering over 100, over 100. That's just a pessimistic estimate, right? We may have more than 100 business processes, but just a pessimistic number is like we have over 100 business process. All right? And for staffing, sorry for hire, your functional area is going to be staffing business process, staffing functional area, and I'm going to be showing you about the business processes, security policy for any functional area. Since we have seen about the hire change job and other business process, which are all part of my staffing functional area, I will show you around this particular functional area's business process, security policy as well. In a nutshell, whatever we saw in the hire business process, it's going to be available over here. All of these are available. And again, some of them are folders and some of them are icons with a folder and a notepad over here, because all of these are going to have child sub process or sub business process, functional processes as well. Alright, everything is going to have child actions which are going to be having inheritance and everything relevant to them as well. Alright, that is where it is. And again, I can have a sign pay group. Many different tasks relevant to this, because this business process type is just going to be showing us a sign pay group, which is the overall high level business process type. And under that, I can have multiple child security policies relevant to this particular business process security policy. Alright, this is the same as what we are in the business process policy. In my business process policy, let me just open that as well. I just go to BP hire, just speaking randomly anything, because like I said, the business process policy, security policy is going to be same for all of the higher business process definitions. This is going to be the same. That is number one and number two. All of this that you see over here is what is translated over here or transposed over here, and again, I may have some additional tasks over here like an assignment of a pay group, costing allocation, etc. Why these are all coming is because these are sub-business processes which can be triggered from there and where I can view my sub-business processes. Remember we saw about business process config options. All the sub-business processes in my higher business processes and the relevant sub-processes and their security permissions are also displayed in here. If you see, for my higher business process, if I scroll to the right in my business process configuration options, I can see many sub-business processes, all right after complete. I see her. Many sub-business processes over here assign pay group and many sub-business processes assign establishments, work schedules, and all of these are called as sub-BAPIs. And if I come across over here to my business process security policy, you may ask me a question why all of these are not available in my BP security policy. Because these are sub-BPs and this is an overall picture of all the business process actions, be it sub-BPs or tasks, which can be triggered from my higher BP and what are the relevant permissions that I can give over here. All of that is available, clear. Clear on this, where this is coming from, because you may ask me a question, why all of these are not available in my sub-BPs. Some of them may not be available because they are triggered as a part of my sub-BP. And if I go to assign cost allocation over here in the BP security policy, you can see that as well, because this is another sub-business process. Assigned costing allocation is another business process by itself and it has its own security policies. And again, some of the business process security policies could be inherited from my higher BP as well. Clear all that inheritance concept is going to click in over here as well. The next one is again the same concept that we have been seeing all along. A worker, like I said, is going to be tied to a job or a position, and again, the job or the position can be mapped to an assignable role over here. Why I said was assignable role could be something like a manager, which could in turn be a position or a job which could be tied to an incumbent worker in my organization. This is fairly a straightforward one because we are tagging it directly to a job or a position. Like I said, a managerial position. A person who's going to be a manager in a supervisory organization is going to continue to have all the privileges. That is why we have the role-based security groups assigned at a support level, and that support level is going to have specific roles. That is again going to be tied to the job or a position. Clear. And next one, the common roles which we may have assigned over here, which could be like a manager, matrix, manager, security partner, very common ones which we may have over there, and in terms of user-based security groups as well. We may have many user-based security groups, and I can have somebody like an absence partner. And again, all of these are specific roles which I can assign either at supervisory organization level or at a location level. Again, absence Partners are usually assigned at a location level rather than at a supervisory organization level because my location, my supervisory organization, could probably be based out of multiple locations, and each location may have one or more local federal laws which are applicable. Because of that, I may not actually have somebody at a support level, and it is better for me to have it at a location, hierarchy level. Like I said, of course, it is very, very individualistic based on what my organization implementation is going to look like. And again, payroll partner, her partner, compensation benefits. All of this can be assigned either at a support company location or cost center level. Usually, payroll folks are from the finance teams, and it is only prudent to have it at the cost center level. But again, purely depends on your implementation because some organizations may have a really strong implementation and design methodology, by which I would say that I want folks only in the finance department to be a payroll partner or something. Purely depends, but recommended to have it at a cost center level rather than having it at a location or a support level. Alright, next, security concept 2, the same what we have seen far. What can I see about a worker who has the access, and what can I do to this particular worker? Essentially, who can do what? That's what this is going to determine. That is what security is in. For whatever we have seen, all the security concept, only thing that it deals with is who can do what, and if you can have answers to this particular question. Security is fairly simple for anybody. Just have to determine who can do what, and we'll just see all of that. And we saw about role-based security groups, and we saw about user-based security groups as well. What can be assigned and how this can be assigned? Process maintenance security groups. Let's not get into this now. Let's not get into this way now because more into the employee yourself and manager itself and all that we have seen far. Let's not get into that for now. That's going to be a little bit more overwhelming for you. For now, remember that employee yourself, manager itself. We have many such security groups as well. But just hold your horses for now. I don't want to get into that. We will do this towards the end of this particular course. Next, we saw about user-based security groups. This is going to be like a user-based security group is going to be more directly assigned to a user directly rather than having a role assignment and then following that particular hierarchy. This is going to be directly assigned to any specific individual and usually across any organization. I will only have a handful of people who are going to be user-based security group because this security group or security group based users are considered to be the niche ones and they usually have much of privileges attached to them. They can do many things across the entire tenant, including security, including compensation, relevant changes, payroll relevant stuff, and everything and whatnot. And that is why I said this is going to be a niche group. And one activity that I want you to do is pick up any of the user-based security group. You can choose any of the administrative ones you have, her admin, payroll admin, compensation admin, security admin, any of these administrator tasks or administrator security groups. Go through the security group. Find out what are the domains and the business processes to which they have the access, and you'll be really surprised because they'll have a big laundry list of actions which they can do, and virtually all the administrators. You can just go to view security group and you can go to any of the security group, any of the administrator, user-based security groups. How I can do is I can go to view security group and I can go to security groups over here, and then I come to the bottom. If I come to the bottom, I will see user-based security groups. I come to the last one. I see user-based security groups, and if I come over here, I see many different user-based security groups. I'll see absence. I will see payroll. I will see ERT, or I will see security recruiting. I will see many of them. What I want you to do is pick any one or few of them at least and go through all the accesses which they will be having, and you'll be surprised to see the amount of privileges that they have. And usually this particular absence administrator, for example, will have access to the entire absence functional area. Which means all the domains and all the security business processes. The absence administrator tool will have entire access to do anything and everything. And one more trivia for you, probably when you have gone to the business process security configuration, I talked to you about reassignment, any of the business process. You can check any of the business processes, hire, change, or personal information, any of them. Only administrator security groups like a business process administrator, security administrator, or other relevant functional area level administrators will have access to reassign any business process reassignment. Only those administrators will have access to it. You can go and check it as well. Now what I'm just trying to say is all of that, what we have seen far in BP security policy and domain security policies. Just want you to go through that. That will make a lot of meaning for you. And you will see that here itself. If I see over here, I will have privilege. I will probably have access to all the business processes, and I'll have edit and administrator level privileges to all the business process types which are part of absence. That is usually the way we configure any administrator user security group. Clear on this? And probably you can go to business process as well. You will see the absence, administrator or her administrator, recruiting administrator, anybody. You will see that they will have all the privileges, be it approve, deny, view, review, initiate. Everything will be exclusively available to the respective functional area. User-based and user-based security groups is only going to be a nutshell, but they are kind of the super users in my tenant, and that is why we don't restrict them to just a specific group or a role or something. They are going to be kind of super users. That is the common usage, but I can have other users as well, based on my requirement. Next again, we've already seen about role-based security groups. We are going to be assigning it to a specific role, and we have only seen about constraint, and I do not want to go into unconstrained for now, because that's going to be another topic, and that's going to be a little bit more different for you as well. We will take that towards the end of this course, probably as a part of additional ones, if we have the time, and whatever we have at that time, we'll see that. But for now, just remember that we're going to see only constrained role-based security groups, which I'm going to be assigning it to either my support location, cost centers, or company. Of course, I will have it assigned specific to my support or role. Support or company or other places. And based on the role, I'm going to be assigning them specific privileges. Alright, clear on this? And like I said, A difference between a user-based and a role-based is a role-based is more constrained to the place where I'm going to be assigning it, either at a company level, cost center, support or location level. And they can have privileges only within that particular location, support or cost center company that I'm going to be assigning outside of that company. Say, for example, Nishant is assigned as a manager, which is a role-based security group, to his own supervisory organization, Nes_support. Will he be able to perform the same higher action, higher business process to a support? Maybe not. That is why we say that role-based security groups are constrained and their scope is only within their own supervisory organization to which they are tagged to, whereas a user-based security group, like an administrator, is going to be having a very vast scope within the entire organization. Their scope is unlimited. Alright, that is what we say at as an organization-based or an organization-level user-based security group. We do not constrain our role. We do not constrain a user-based group to just a specific role and a specific support, company, cost center, location. Now let me just open any of these business objects that we have over here. Let me open name or let me open worker business object. Worker is just for all your information, all of you. The information is like worker business object is one of the primary business object which we use for multiple reporting purposes. And any employee, relevant information is always going to be available as a part of the worker BVO. That is why any employee or worker related report that you are going to be building, you need to build that particular report on the worker business object because it is going to contain a whole host of information. Everything that you need about a worker is going to be available in the worker business object. Please do make a note of it that in your reporting session you are going to be using it. Let's just wait for this to load. Like I said, text is going to be any field which is going to contain text related information, be it alpha or numeric. It can contain both alpha as well as numeric. That's why we call it as a text field type. Next to numeric, as you all might know, numeric is going to contain only number information. It can contain only numeric values. It cannot contain alphabets. It can contain only number information. For example, your age is an example for a numeric field. And then next we saw all about date. Next is going to be Boolean. Boolean is a special type of field which is available and it can have only two values. It can have only two values which is going to be either true or false. Or we can call it also as a binary variable, which means it can have only two values. One is going to be true or another is going to be false. An example is if I'm going to create a new field which is going to say, is the person over 18 years of age, which is the legal permitted age for working. I'm going to create a field which is going to say, is the person above the legal age to work or not? And the answer could be obviously only yes or no. It can only be either yes or no. That's all it can be. That's what we call that particular field type as a Boolean field. Alright, clear thus far. These are primitive variables which you might have experienced in any programming language. If you have come across that, right? Like I said over here in the worker business object, if I come across the field type, an example, a number of hires, I will have it as numeric. And I can have many other fields by currency, like your. Like I said, the salary is always your currency field. And today, if you want to go as an activity, you can explore the business object worker, business object. And you can find all the different field types as well. Let's go ahead and see if I can find all the different fields. Let's go ahead and see if I can find all the different fields. Let's go ahead and see if I can find all the different fields. Now let me pull in the single instance field. For a single. Let me pick something which is going to be precise for a single instance field. Position date. Activity. I don't know this. Alright. This seems to be precise. Alright. Let me open the supervisory organization itself. Now I'm just picking. I'm going to be explaining next about a single instance field. For that, what I'm taking is a signable role as a sample one over here. And for that, let me open a random support. Opening the test supervisory organization that I created. I go cost. And over here, if you see, and we call it as an assignment, an instance, which is going to be a combination of assignable role, whom it is assigned to, and the role from. Information, we call it instance, ins, of the supervisory org is going to be assignable role is manager. It is assigned to, and Jamie Stone, and it is assigned from default position and default, and not from any kind of in written or something, right? We call it as an instance, any kind of combination. We have taken an assignable inst, and we call it inst because this is going to combination specific supervisory organization, which is the state we, or let me take even that I can just put over might a little bit confusing. Alright, if I take a background, we going to a background check which is complete before I process requirements going to contain going background initial imp this comment organizations background sterling with aware commonly particular code background background check what background check boost con background instant complete particular work check initiate particular, background, multiple, instance, particular, because couldn't, particular, different, instance, collection, background, content, information, background, cook, background, person, vic, back, initiate, a organization, background, initiative, Facebook, contain, the particular, instance, organization, information, information, insufficient, available, instance, not, collection, instance, which, specific, which, exist, inst, inst, whatever, in, ins, that's, instance, com, difference between, sorry, positions, location, location, position, lotion, talk, map, location, particular, position, right, code, alternate, location, location, New York, Francisco, London, whatever, location, overlap, motive, location, location, position, in, location, additional, position, including, act, location, location, instance, try, particular, with more branching. Look, position, location, no, instant, with this branching, specific, single, actually, distinction, location, in, with, position, location, inst, inst, repeating, business, instant, cook, business, work, location, week, business, instant, work, business, instant, specific, what, which, cook, which, instant, risk, instant, work, relevant, information, supervisor, which, department, work, which, information, what, business, right, right, start, what, start, something, right, work, more, insist, what, instant, right, calculated, right, location, create, right. This particular field or these particular columns. The first column is going to be obviously the field name. Next, I have something called as description, the description of the field, and I also have over here something called as Workday delivered. And let me show you, apart from Workday delivered, what else can be available. Let me see if there are any custom fields created over here. Alright, if you see over here, apart from those which are delivered by Workday, I can also create the new fields or custom fields as per my requirement in any of the business objects which are available. For example, somebody has created this particular field, which is whether it is an active field, active location in us or not, those who are from a database background. just like creating a new column in your database table. That is exactly what it is. And for those in the non-technical background, apart from those which are already available, in my business object, I can also create new fields apart from those which are created. And again, those fields can be any of the type that I want to have it. I can have it as this one. For example, this is a Boolean field, which means this field says whether is it an active location in us or not, and it can have only two values, either a yes or a no. This is going to be a binary field type, clear. Similarly, I can create multiple calculated fields, that is the terminology which we use in Workday, or simply put, custom fields which you want to create as per your own requirement. Clear on this? What exactly is meant by a calculated field? A calculated field, in a nutshell, is nothing but a new custom field which you are going to be creating in your Workday instance in any business object. Now I picked location. You can similarly create a new calculated field in any business object, be it worker name, location, position anywhere. I can create this in any of the business object as per my requirement. Now we'll just go across to what is called as calculated fields. We are going to be looking at something called as calculated fields. Like I said, calculated fields is nothing but creating your own new calculated fields. Apart from what Workday has given you and what could be the possible results I can draw out of a calculated fields is all the field types that you saw earlier, which could be like a date arithmetic, which is like a numeric or an alphanumeric text, Boolean, currency, single or multi-instance fields as well. Alright, you can create any type of fields that you want to do it, and the purpose of those fields is if I want to use it in my business process considerations or if I want to perform some mathematical calculations. For example, let me say that in the US, this is a very common kind of a deduction which some of you in the US may know is for your benefits. Sorry, what is that? A foreign benefits deduction. For this particular 4-to-1K deduction, usually it is provided, or more an Indian type of an example, I would say, is like something like your PF deductions. Some of you know that PF deductions is going to be something like 12% of your basic. Now, if for example, forget that Workday has already provided a field as a part of this, but if you want to create a field which is called as PF deduction, and how that is going to actually work is it is going to be 12% of your basic pay. Your arithmetic calculation is going to be 12% of your basic pay. And a similar field is what you are going to be creating, and you're going to use it in your payroll calculations. Are you guys good clear on extract exactly what is going to be a live business scenario as well, be it in the US or in India? These are kind of the fields which I could possibly create in my payroll relevant stuff. First and foremost, what are the different new fields that you can do? I can perform date calculations and formatting. For example, every organization may have a new or a policy in terms of retirement age. Some people may have something like 65 years. Some organizations may have 58 years. I need to perform a date arithmetic calculation where I say your date plus your date of birth plus 58 or 60 or 65 years as my date calculation. We have specific fields which can be created to compute your retirement date, Mathematical calculations, just like what I showed you earlier, or I actually told you earlier about computing your provident fund or your relevant 401k deduction in the US or other stuff. And then, in terms of manipulating text for concatenation or that other stuff, if I want to have my full name, just like what you do it in your Excel or Word, I say concatenate. That's going to be my full name, which is a concatenated version of my first name and last name. That's what it is going to be clear on this, and next convert your currency fields. For example, this is again other common example is going to be your payroll. Like I said, in your own payroll, your conversion of your currency fields, probably your. If I go to your finance side of things, your business may pay you in dollars and say that you may be paid a salary of, say, $30 or $40 an hour, but when you're going to be working out of offshore, your billing rate is going to be only $30 or $40. But that needs to be converted into your appropriate in value, Workday has the conversion as on that particular date, your currency conversion rates are automatically available and which also gets refreshed. If I want to have some kind of a conversion fields and other stuff, I can use this particular fields as well. And again, your ranges. Like we saw the other day about your grade profile, salary ranges. I can also have certain fields which is going to give me the min and the maximum salary ranges for a specific grade and grade profile. For example, I am going to have a Workday consultant position, say, based out of the US. For New York, my salary range could be something like 120 to 140k a year. Whereas if it is going to be like a mid-tier city, like say it's going to be Charlotte or it's going to be Tennessee or Chicago, I could have my salary in the band of say 80 to 100k. I can have something like a salary band for the different currency or number fields as well. Next, determine if a condition is true or not when I'm going to be accepting. Where I would practically look at an example for this is, say, I'm going to be hiring somebody for any position. I need to check if that particular person is over the legal age. In my country, certain countries may have the legal age or working age as 18, and there are certain countries in the Europe where the working age is 21, not 18. Based on the statutory requirements from place to place, we may have this particular age and condition field built. Alright. Next, if I want to drill down or drill up in my organization hierarchy and find out what is called as my direct and indirect reportees, this could be a little bit tricky. Let me go across to Carol Lee's profile. I don't know if Carol Lee has a proper team structure. Yesterday, I was just floating toward this. The team structure was not good. Let me take Logan McNeil then. Right, and now say, let's start from Susan Steinberg. And for those who don't know this terminology, we say direct reportees, all those who directly report to Susan. For example, Elaine, Amelia, Katrina, and Bettino, and other people who are there are all direct reportees of Susan, whereas indirect reportees. If I'm going to be picking the indirect reportees of Susan, then I'll be picking not only all these 4+ folks, but I will also come down and pick all of those people, including Logan McNeil and Logan McNeil's reportees as well. That is what we call it as indirect reportees. I can create a calculated field to either go up my organization chart or drill down and pick the last level indirect reportee as well. I can do either of these in my report or in my field. I can use any of them. I can pick either L3, Lewful file level manager, or somebody in the bottom as well. I can do anything that I want to have, all right. The next is going to be any kind of a mathematical operation, including summations, counts, aggregations like min, max, etc. All those I can do in my new calculated field. The last one, just leave it for now. Leave it for now because I need to teach you a little bit more about what people were asking earlier about the related instances. I will teach you that Lewis alone. The last one will be the Laris in this calculated fields chapter. Clear for? This is going to be at a high level. All the different operations that you can possibly perform in my calculated fields across different types. What are the different functions available? Just imagine this to be similar to what you get in your Excel. In your Excel, when you're going to perform any kind of a cell level calculations, these are ideally the types of calculations that I can possibly do over here. Alright, I can have a numerical field where I can perform many different types of arithmetic or aggregate functions. I can have text, relevant calculations, organization level stuff that we saw just a bit ago, where I'm going to be finding out my direct reportees, indirect reportees, or I'm going to look at my L3, LIFO or L5 level managers, roll up in the hierarchy and find out who's going to be my senior, most manager or person at a director level, etc. And I can have. Next is going to be my date type of field, where I can build a date, where I was just telling you an example of a retirement date for an employee, which is going to be like your date of birth plus 58 or 60, 65, as per the statutory requirements and your organization policies. Date constants, say for example. Date constants is something like as on, say the 1st of October. If you're available on the rolls, you will be eligible for a pay hike, or your pay hike is going to be effective from a certain date, which could be like the 1st of October. That is what we call it as a date constant, constant increment or decrement date. For example, if I'm going to be incrementing your first 90 days in the organization, then my date is going to be higher, date plus 90. That's what I call it as an incremental date. Or a decremental date is going to be like your last 90 days or your date of living minus 90 days, whatever is your last drawn pay, etc. And the next is going to be your Boolean, your true. It can have only a binary set of values, which is going to be either true or false. And all of this again, just park it for now. I will come to this instance level field in a little bit. We already saw multi-instance and single instance, but I need to teach you one more thing called as lookup value. We call it as lookup related instance or short terminology. We use it as we call it as array. Alright now. Next what I'm going to be showing is I'm going to teach you how to create a calculated field today. The thing I want you all to do is create at least 2 calculated fields on your own, and you can use anything. You can use the business objects of either worker or location, but it doesn't stop you from building it on any other business object as well. And the way I would go about with this, go to the task, create calculated field, and I'm saying test, run, cf1 and the business object, I am just putting it as worker. Alright. And if I look at the functions which are available here, I can do any kind of functionalities that I have over here. I can, like I said, concatenate text, currency conversions, date constants, date difference. Many different types of operations I can do. Don't go into the lookup for now. For now, don't go into lookup. Let me choose a simple one as increment or decrement date. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to have my field which is going to provide me the date which is going to be higher, date plus 90. In this particular screen over here, I'm going to create a calculated field and I'm going to have the field type as increment or decrement date. My business object is going to be worker and the date field that I'm going to pick is going to be the higher date. Alright, if you see here already there is a field which is called as higher date plus 90. I can even similar. I can use that. I can do anything that I want with that. This is a delivered one. But I'm going to be creating a field which is going to be higher date plus 30 and today the activity for you is you are going to be creating similar fields on your own. Choose any type of operation that you want to do. Now, I'm just showing you only a very simple example. I'm saying date field as higher years to add or subtract, months to add or subtract, and days to add or subtract. Whatever I want to do, I can give it over here. But the only caveat is this again has to be a new type of field, which means when I say the value over here as higher date, I'm going to say higher date minus another field over here. And there are already fields, global fields, which are constant numeric fields which are available, which is like constant numeric fields which are available. Or I can also create my own calculated field which could be 30 since I want to deduct 30 days. Here I will say test on numeric number 30 and here my business object. I will give it as global. Why I'm giving it as global is any kind of a constant field that I want to give. I will always give it in the business object called as global, which means the purpose of this global business object is it can be accessed by anyone from anywhere on the globe. And I will give this as a number constant of 30. I will give it as a number constant as 30 and I will supply the value here as 30. Or in this case, I will give it as minus 30 because including the operation that I need to perform over there, see here, it shows days to add or subtract. And if I want to add 30, I will give the value there as plus 30. And since I want to reduce 30, oh, I think I made a mistake since I want to add 30 days. That's what I told you. I don't want to deduct 30 days from the higher date. I want to add 30. I will go edit it over here and supply the value here as plus 30. My field is going to be effectively test on SEVIF1. I'll go and edit this field over here. Instead of minus 30, I'll give it as plus 30 over here. I'm just editing the numeric constant over here and I'm saying it as 30 and I come back to this field over here and I say that's it. My field has been created over here and this field is going to be incrementing my higher date by 30 days and similarly, if I want to increment or decrement it by 1 or more months, I will use it over here. If I want to have it by years, I will do it as years over here. Are you guys clear with this? For example, if I want to find out the date on which a person is going to be eligible for a graduate allowance for in India, if you're going to be working, you're eligible for gratitude only after serving the organization for 5 years. From which date is the person going to be eligible for that? I will find it using the years to add. I will put that value as 5. I think yesterday we saw about the different functions which are there in the calculated field. Like we saw yesterday, it's going to be like either I can have a numeric field, a text field, text field. I gave you an numeric field we've seen right now and the text field. I gave an example about how you can concatenate names because a person could have first name, last name, title, etc. And when you display your name in your profile, say for example, Carol Lee is mentioned over here. Certain people, especially in UK, may have some suffixes. Caroli 1, Caroli 2, especially in Europe, you may have Caroli 1, 2, 3, surnames, and somebody else could have prefixes. Prefixes could be something like Mr. If the organization wants to put in your Mr. or Professor or whatever it is, you can have that over there, and certain other people may have some other suffixes as well, senior, junior, whatever. All those things are possible, especially in UK or Europe plus Southeast Asia. Some of the countries in East Asia, China, Japan, they may have some suffixes as well. If you want to display that this particular name field that you see over here is built based on how I am setting this up over here, and it's a concatenated text field which is delivered by Workday, and it is a concatenation based on prefix, first name, last name, suffixes. And again, this is a configuration which is available, how I can just maintain this as well along with your employee ID. And this is again a calculated field which is delivered by Workday. If you want to check it, you can check it. It is called as display name, and it's a calculated field by itself which is going to concatenate all of these values. And there is a page which you can use to configure this particular value, which is available in the tenant settings, which we will see towards the end. Because that's all. I have saved it as something like nice to have stuff. If we have the time, I can just show you some of the options for tenant level settings as well. Alright, this field is called as display name. Alright, display name is going to give you the name of a person based on how I want to configure it. And this is an example of a text concatenation field. Clear on this? And again, apart from this, I can also do formatting of a date, formatting of a number, text, etc. Formatting of a date. A simple example is, say, if you are born, say today, the 4th of October 2023, in some of the government organizations or educational-based organizations. Let's take an example. If you are going to be building tomorrow a Workday implementation system for an education-based organization, something like a college or a school. If you are going to retire and if your date of birth, say it happens to be the 4th of October, you will be requested to be in service till the end of this particular academic period, which could be towards the end of this year, right, or the end of the month. For example, in India, your retirement date is usually the last working day of the month. Alright, that is how it is. If you want to do that, you can use a format date option to pick the last day of the month, year. If you want to have it at a different period or academic period, payroll period, whatever you want, you can do all that using format date. These are different options which we have in text and organizations. This is like lookup in the organization. This we will see as a part of LRA functions. Simply put, like I said, who is going to be the HR coordinator? Who's going to be the HR partner? Who's going to be the manager in my organization? I look up in the workers' organization roles level. That's what this particular information does. Next date field. We already saw increment decrement. If I want to build a date, if I want to have a constant date, I can have all of those options available. Boolean, it's going to be either true or false. If a condition is met, it is going to say true. Otherwise, it's going to be false. For example, if a person is going to be, we are going to have a field which is going to say whether a person is 18 years or above. It's going to return either yes or no. That's it. Instance, related aggregates, all those things, and we'll just look at it once we get it to look up related values. Alright, clear on the values that we've seen over here. How? This does probably a recap of whatever we did, but just want to explain it in a little bit more granular level. Clear any other questions before we get into the next topics? Alright, the next one that we see over here is creation of a calculated field, which we just saw in the demo as well. The first step, I need to enter my name. Like I said, always from this point of time onwards, create a name or any object that you create, not only a calculated field. Even if you're going to be creating a rule, use a name which is meaningful, which is as per the nomenclature which I've just shared with you. It should be like Aryan underscore, co underscore. If it is going to be for a specific CIF, for calculated field, and if I'm going to be creating something like by weekly salary, my field name will look like Aryan underscore, core underscore, CFN underscore. I will say B weekly salary. It is going to be really useful for you in the future as well. We need to create a calculated field or a rule or whatever you create. Create a meaningful object. Next, the business object. You need to choose the business object on which you are going to be creating that particular cal field. Next, the function. That is how you create a calculated field. The basic information that you require to create a calculated field. This is screen that is talking about the first field name, then the business object, then the functionality that I am trying to build in this particular object or calculated field. The next thing is going to be the calculation. Say for example, if I'm going to be building over here, say as Aryan underscore CF underscore core, and then I say B simple sample field, I'm just putting it on worker, and then I'm just putting a function over here. Say something like arithmetic, that's it, simple over here. I'm just putting a B field, and what you see next is all your calculation information. What is the calculation that I want to do? That's what I mentioned in my calculation tab, and the third tab, we call it as additional information tab. This is more around the security and categorization parts. If I want to secure this by certain things, how do I do it? Whether it should be secured to only certain business, objects, rules, how do I want to do it, or integrations? How I actually want to secure the usage of this? For now, just choose only authorized usage or default areas. Don't choose anything else, because this default areas is going to be from the business object. Say if I'm going to give default areas, this is going to inherit all the permissions from my business object level. Whatever is available in the configuration of my business object, it is going to pick the security over there. For now, just choose only this. Don't choose anything else apart from default areas. And here again, if I want to give a description to my calculated field, I can give a description value over here as well. Any questions here? And again, and for now, leave the reference IDs part. That is going to be the last topic that we will deal in this particular session. Because every object will have a reference ID and we don't have any usage apart from migration part. And like I said, we have one is the initial information. Next is going to be the calculation tab. And then we have what is called as additional information tab, where we are going to give all the security information, and then the calculation tab. I'm going to be mentioning what is the data that it's going to be extracting and how. Alright, clear on this? When you do not want to use it anywhere, you mark it as D and U. Alright? Inactivating is. I just didn't want to get into that nitty-gritty details, but let me just tell you that now, that it's going to clear the air around that question. See, when you say inactivating is, you are inactivating it completely within the system, that you will not even be getting that particular field or object in any new rule that you are going to create. Whereas D and U, you will get that particular object in your usage. But you are just telling the user to not use it, because I've marked it as D and U, because this could have reference in my existing rules calculations, where it is still running. Where it is still running, right where it is still being used. I'm still having the references for that, and it's still running fine. I'm saying do not use it in the future. That is number one. And number two usage. Any object that I've marked it as D and U will not be carried forward as a part of my migration. Migration is like when I'm going to be migrating some changes from my test environment to my production environment. If I'm going to mark an instance as D and U, that object will not be migrated. It will be excluded. And those are the two key differences between inactivating and D and U. Hope it makes sense for you. Clear on this what exactly a D and U does, because I'm not restricting the object, but I'm just saying that do not use it, and it will not be carried forward to my next instance in my tenant migration. Say from a test instance, if I want to migrate it to my production tenant, any D and U object will not be migrated. It will be automatically excluded in my migration or in my migration methodology. Alright, since we have not seen that, but I'm just trying to give you a trivia information over there. And even if, in our interviews, if they ask you what exactly is a D and U, just tell them this one. You're instructing the user not to use it, even though you are not removing all the references. And the second thing, it is not going to be part of your tenant migrations. It's not going to be. It's going to be automatically excluded in your tenant migration. If they ask you what is a D and U, these are the two common things that you need to note. It's not going to be migrated. It is like completely inactivated. Audit trail also, it will show you that. Inactivating means that field is going to be inactivated. That's it. It's going to say inactive. It's not going to be deleted, and in your audit log it is going to say inactivated, say on the 3rd of October. That's what it's going to say. It's not going to show anything else. It's going to say this is inactivated, and you can reactivate at any point of a time. And again, when you inactivate something, you need to ensure that all the references of that particular object are removed before inactivating it. Before you inactivate an object, you need to ensure that its references say this cal field is used in 10 different rules. I need to ensure that the rule references are removed. That is a criteria which we have as a part of inactivation. Otherwise, those rules will error out, saying that invalid object is being referenced in your source field or in your value column. That's an error that will throw up. Clear on that? Right. Let's move on to the next. Like I said about naming convention. Again, the naming convention, whatever we talked about, is available over here. Like I said, First, it should be the company, and then we say calc field for CF. If you are going to create a condition rule, we say CR, and based on any other object that you create, use something which is going to be synonymous to it. Here I have used CF for calculation field. I can use CR for condition rule and whatever it is, and here RPT is for reporting functional area. Reporting functional area. I am going to use it only for reporting function area. That is why in this example it is given as RPT. If you are going to use it for core, say it as core. For benefits, say it as BN or BN, as per whatever your organization policies are going to be. And then if it is going to be for CAM, you say CMP or whatever it is. Similarly, you give it for the functional area that you are going to use. Next, give the meaningful name that the field is going to be looking up or is going to use. That when you retrieve this particular field name or this particular object name in another place, it will be easy for you to fetch it. And that is the reason why we are just insisting that you use proper naming conventions. Clear on this, and this is very, very important, and I was not very much focused about the naming conventions till now, whether when you created the rules or others, because we did not see the functional area till now. Now that we have seen function area last week, any object that you create from now onwards should be with the proper naming convention. Right? Just make a note of it. It should have the appropriate naming convention, otherwise it's going to be rejected. Just have it in your mind, because when I review any migration, if it is not in the proper naming convention, that object will not get migrated to the next instance, because these are certain rules which is always available in any support project or implementation project that you are going to be. If proper naming conventions are not there, it's going to be automatically rejected by your system administrator. It will not go through to the next instance. That's how it works. Clear any questions on naming conventions, and if you are creating an object along with GITK, please ensure that it is appropriate. Alright, and I think this particular activity, we've already done it yesterday itself. Existing calculated fields. If you want to locate an existing calculator field, this is the place where you would be looking, and this is the specific reports and tasks that you have over there. Today, I think I've already shared this particular material with you yesterday. Did you get the material across? I think I had shared quite a few materials, including the reports plus calculated fields. Did you get this particular material that we are seeing right now? The same deck is what I shared with you guys. Did you get it? Right. The next thing that I just want you to do is, today, I want you all to go through all of these tasks which are available, all calculated fields report, business object detail report. This is very, very important. This is what I think I showed you the other day as well. In any business object, be it worker compensation. What are the different fields that are available? Yesterday, we saw this particular report about single instance, multi-instance, and all the other fields as well. I want you to go through all of these tasks today, and please try to understand one or more fields which are available and what is the functionality of each and every field. Alright, and this one is again maintain calculated fields report. It is going to give all the calculated fields which are available in the system. Since this is a training tenant, you may find thousands of calculated fields created on different business objects. Today, if you get a chance, just try to go through this particular report and find out what are the other calculated fields which are already created by other trainees, and try to find what is the calculation and how they have used it. Alright, and tomorrow I will show you some more complex calculations, but before that I would want you to just go through this particular report once. Why I am telling you is, I can show it easily, but I just want you to go through one of these reports and try to understand how a real world calculated field is going to be built or is built already. It's going to give you a lot of inputs and insights about it. Alright, that's what this particular report is going to be. And today, just try to find out at least 2 or 3 other calculated fields other trainees have created. And if you want to clone or create, copy the same field. Let me do one thing. I will just show you a small field over here, and I'll give you one option as well. Maintain calculated fields. If you see, for different business objects, they've created many of them. Let me pick with the common one which we see, which is for worker. In the view calculated field, it should show up. It should show up in the view calculated field option. Aren't you seeing it? And why I wanted to show this across to you is we have many different fields which are created over here. What I want you to do is you can pick at least a couple. If you can do more than one, if you can do 5 or 10 fields, it's going to give you a really strong base foundation for the reporting and everything as well. What I would rather suggest is, I'm just randomly picking a field over here which is built on the contingent worker business object, and it is called as current date plus 30. They pick the current date over here, and they are trying to find the difference between the current date and the current date plus 30, which is obviously going to give the result as 30. And if I want to have the result in months, yes, whatever it is, don't ask me why they have done it in this way. Instead, they could give a direct field like constant field like 30, but they've just used it for some purpose. Somebody has done this over here. That's it. Just understand that on loan. Don't go to the nuances of this field and logic and everything. What I would rather say is, you can pick a field, and if I wanted to clone that particular field, what I do is I pick randomly any field, go to the calculated field options and say copy. Alright, I can say copy, whereby what will happen is the same field, the calculations, everything. I can copy it and play around with this. What I would rather suggest is pick some random field which you might feel complex or something of your interest, and then say copy call field and try to play around with these values. Instead of say value returned here is 30 days, I can say month, which is going to be 1 month. Or if I want to have the same thing in hours, what is the value that I need to do? Of course, we're going to get some error. Find out what this particular error is. It says the field name is required. I'm just going to give test underscore ran underscore 1. I'm just giving ignore the nomenclature for now. Just giving a sample value in order for you to understand. I'm giving the value name and in hours. What is going to be 30 hours into 24? It's going to give me a value of 2720. Similarly, play around with this. That is the objective of this particular thing. Play around with calculated fields over here. That's what I want you to effectively do today. Anything. Pick anything. You could have management level. You could have fields like, which is a field which is going to pick the manager level 3, level 4, level managers, or somebody a direct or an indirect reportees. Everything is possible using calculated fields. Just look at what exactly it is doing, and then you will be able to understand it. Click on this. That is the objective that I want you all to do today. Try to pick one or more of the calculated fields from your maintain calculated fields report and find out what exactly are the fields that other people have created. Explore, core it, copy it, play around with it. Don't play around with the ones that they've already created. If you want to play around with them, copy it, create your own version, and then do it clear on this. Alright, let's move on to next one. I will ask the support to share this particular deck across with you today, hopefully another hour's time. You should have this particular deck with you and you can go through all the options, all the tasks which are available here, go through them and come out with any questions that you have and try to build more calculated fields over here. Right. That's the activity over here. Where exactly? Like I said, where exactly are we going to use the calculator fields number 1? We are going to be using it in reports, which I want to be seeing next, or in your business process rules, common places where I would use it. These are the common places where I would use it. I would use it either in my reports or in my business process rules. I've already taught you about how to use it in business process rules. Next, we are going to be seeing about reports and Getica. By the way, the field that you created, I want you to use it right now. We are going to be seeing a very small report right now. Next, and let's get to that next up. Alright, one small thing that you need to note over here is called as performance calculations. If you have some calculated fields which are going to do some wacky calculations, or if you're going to have multiple step level derived, nested calculated fields, obviously it is going to take a lot of time. You should be mindful about how my calculated fields are built and also the performance parameters. If you are going to build something like derived, nested, derived, nested, derived, nested, derived 3, 4 levels, be very mindful about how long that it takes, which is a common database problem which we always have in hand. Alright, we will again revisit this when we go to reports. Alright, but for now, what I want to do is the last topic that I want to touch today is what is called as report creation. We've seen about calculated fields. I'm just going to give you a very small. I'm not going to take more than 5 minutes of time. I'm going to only introduce how to create reports and we are going to be using the field which Gettaker created. And for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to create report. Alright? I'm going to say create custom report and I want you to do the same thing right now. If you're doing it along with me, just try to do it. And I'm going to say Aryan RPT test report. That's it. And give the report type as simple. Give it as a simple, straightforward report. There are other types of reports also available. I'm only going to introduce reports today and then for now, check this as optimized for performance and next let this be checked. Don't uncheck this and the work data source as worker. You will get multiple options for workers, but choose workers for HCM reporting. Why just go to this particular description? It says accesses the worker as its primary business object and returns one row per worker, which means it is going to be a single instance and includes all active and terminated workers. And for all active workers, it is going to report the latest date as on current date, and for terminated workers, whatever was the instance of the worker as on their last working date. It's going to return that specific value. Choose the data source as workers for HCM reporting. Click on All Right. Once you click on, you're going to get the report name and you're going to get the data source as well. And my data source filter even though this particular data source is going to contain terminated as well as active workers, but I am choosing in the filter over here. This is a default filter which I can use to filter data from my data source. I'm going to say only active workers. We do have other options over here, and you cannot customize this. It is only those filters which are available in a data source, and then I have like all employees, terminated workers, all workers. That is the difference between the two. But for now, choose only active workers as my data source, and over here, in my primary business object is chosen as worker. Choose it over here as worker. Do not change this. And in my field, give it as worker. Give it as worker. Alright, this is going to give my worker detail information. Carol is a worker. It is going to give worker. Next I'm going to use get the car's feeling, get the car. What was the field name that you created are visible over here, and I can overwrite here. This particular column in my report will show us whatever a name I've given here. I am just going to overwrite this PF Calc, just an example. And what I'm going to do is, because this is going to return hundreds and thousands of values, I'm just going to give a filter just like what we give as a filter in Excel criteria. I'm going to say I'm going to have my report only pick values of those employees who were hired. See post. 20 greater than or equal to, and I'm going to give a specific value over here as 1/1/2023 cast. See, custom reports are some reports that you're going to create, and there is also something called a standard report, which is nothing but Workday delivered reports. Delivered reports are called as standard reports, and the ones that you're going to create, like you said, out of the box, are all custom reports, only write clear. You can create any reports, but for now and create today, I want you to create reports only on this particular configuration that I have showed you, and use your own calculated fields that you've created. And apart from that, if you want to also use any of the other fields which are available, go ahead and use it, because I want you to explore all the fields which are available. Explore it, either other people's custom fields or your own custom fields or delivered fields. Use anything that you want. My objective is This is a very simple report that I've created. We do have other types, complex ones, matrix and other types of groupings, just like what you see in your Excel. We can do groupings. We can do matrix, everything. But for now, I want you to only run a simple report, because I want you to correlate your calculated fields and then your report, just to give you an example as what it is and today as an activity. I want you to try it, and the report that I've created right now is a very simple. I want to look at the PFAT calculation for them, plus whatever report I have created with their worker details. That is all I need to do, and I've given a filter over here which is going to say only those employees who are hired after 1/1/2023. This is up to your mercy. I am leaving it to you if you want to pick only employees who are working out of US, who is reporting to Carol Lee, who is not reporting to Carol Lee, or who are already terminated. You can do anything. Only thing is the data source filter, which is available if you want to pick terminated workers. Now I've given it as all active workers. Go ahead and explore that as well. If you want to pick terminated workers, there are appropriate data source filters to pick only terminated workers. Go around and play with it. Alright, go around, go. Or I go ahead and play around with this particular topic. Today, I am only trying to inculcate some interest in you, and I will deep dive into this tomorrow again. Alright, but for now, today, once you create those calculated fields, go ahead and use it in your reports and see what it is the way. Now I'm going to go ahead and run this particular report. Just ignore this for now. I'm not going to give anything over here. And it's going to give all my workers who were hired post a specific date. And I have 668 workers who are there. And it is possible that for some of them, my calculation is incorrect and they do not have a values. And I need to look into that calculation or this particular worker's compensation information itself. Alright. Let me just see if the filtered criteria has some other value. I can sort it just like what I do it in my Excel. It doesn't have any other value. Let me do one thing. Let me. I want to see some meaningful information in my report. I'm just adding a couple of more information. I'm going to add date of birth. I'm just going to click on plus twice, apart from the field that Gadika has already created. I am going to give hire date. Oh, I think I picked the wrong one. What's the right one? I will show some meaningful information to you and then I'll come to you. Gitika, I'm picking the date of birth of this particular person. Like I said, many different fields are available. You can pick and choose the one that you want. Alright. Now I've edited this particular report and I'm rerunning my report right now. In order to rerun this report, you can come to this particular report. Either you will see a run over here, or if you want to run it again, go to the related actions of this particular report. Custom report, run. Either if you have the run button over here, you will be able to do it. Otherwise, go to custom report and click run. Alright, and leave all those prompt options. We call these as prompt options for now. Ignore this, completely ignore this. Alright, why I'm saying is ignore is for now. I haven't taught you that, but if you want to explore it, you can explore it, but we'll deep dive into it tomorrow. The hire date, who was hired after 1/1/2023, is what I have over here. If I want to check if my report is functioning properly, I can order it based on hire date, alright? And remember, this is DDMYY and not the MMDYY, which is in US, alright? And if you want to format it, you can format this in an American format as well, the way you want it. And data what? For some folks, it is available for the rest of them. I guess it is not available. Probably it is not maintained in the system. That is why you don't see it over here. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.